Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future for everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
For Rose Cushy, and Cushy is bold. First time this season that we can cross to Glen Speller. Morning, Richard, and I can tell you that Essex have won the toss, elected to bat, and we're just watching for Rose Cushy. Forwards with their Garrett's in, full delivery again, and Wesley drives straight down the ground, and they'll pick up the first boundary of the morning. Garrett just putting up there to see if there's going to be any swing whatsoever, but over pitching, and Wesley takes full toll of that, 6 for 1. Bowls to Wesley, full delivery, and Wesley gives it a big drive and gets a thick edge to it, and is taken behind the wicket, and he swishes the bat in the air, annoyed with himself at that. But Essex have lost their second of the morning. Bowling to Cox, and Cox drives and will pick up 4 runs for that one. And well, he makes as though he's going to run, but jogs a few strides out of his crease. But it was slightly uppish on the drive, but only about ankle height and well wide of the bowler on his follow through, and 4 runs. Garrett in and bowling. Oh, and driven and uppishly, and that was well in the air that time, but 4 more runs, this time down to long on. But very uppish that one. Looked like the ball almost sort of stopped on him, or he stopped his shot slightly, but he picks up successive boundaries. And a successful over from Kent's perspective, and they've taken the wicket of Tom Wesley. In and bowling to Cox, full delivery, driven for 4 runs. Well, you keep bowling to Jordan Cox there. Great approach that he has is in and now, and bowling to Elgar. And Elgar drives and drives beautifully up to the long off fence, and will pick up 4 runs. His first boundary of the morning, and it's 41 for 2. And Garrett come in, and Elgar drives and will pick up 4 runs. It beats the attempted stop by the man diving at mid-off, but
as Gilchrist runs in, and that's just lent on by Elgar, and that will be 4 more runs. He's just lent on that, opened the face on the bat to a slightly wide delivery from Gilchrist.
Here's Gilchrist in and bowling to Elgar, who plays wide of third slip into the ground and will pick up 4 runs. It was a deliberate stroke from Elgar right over the top of it into the ground.
Well, Elgar will be over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who will finally have a chance to get off, add to his tally, and he does with a drive straight down the ground for 4. Elgar in over the wicket to Cox, who drives that one again and pierces the gap between cover and mid-off, and he will just about pick up another boundary as that trickles over the rope. Runs in for his first ball of this second county championship match, and that is a full toss that has been absolutely punished by Cox straight to the boundary. That is not how he will have wanted to start his spell. That was definitely a looseness, sort of knee-high. He'll be wearing that for a while as Parkinson runs in, and that is smashed straight down the ground, back over the bowler's head for another boundary. Parkinson has not settled into this well, so
Cox won't just push and prod, he will go for his shots.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that one is hit almost identically back over the bowler's head, this time looping over mid-off to lure batters into making a mistake potentially, as that one is flicked slightly too full, and that has just been picked off perfectly by Elgar. Parkinson runs in again, and that one is hit straight down the ground, but I think it's too far for the fielders, and that will be the first 6 of the match so far for Cox to bring up his half-century as well.
As Garrett turns in, bowling full delivery, and that one is angled down to the deep third boundary for 4 runs. A shout of catch because it was in the air.
Over the wicket, the leg spinner to Cox, drives this one straight down towards us. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and that'll be 4 runs. Again, he's taking on. I'm not sure he hit that quite cleanly. 125 for 2, Essex. Elgar bowls, drive, what a shot. Cover drive, A little bit over pitch perhaps on off stump, but Elgar has just beautifully driven that through the offside.
Gilchrist runs slightly down the hill over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who flicks that off his pads, and that will be 4 runs.
Jaden's second initial, I think it's a K, Jaden, I think it's JK, as it's cut away by Elgar, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he does it. It's a lovely shot, fluid cut behind point this time.
Chris runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that one straight through the offside towards the extra cover boundary, and it's bounced just over the rope. Beautifully timed by Elgar, and that will just add insult to injury after.
Agar bowls. Lovely drive through the offside from Jordan Cox. Watches that all the way to the boundary. Yes, it will. Joe Denley is no slouch across the ground, but that will be 4. Parkinson, lots of air, but down the leg side, that is lapped away, swept away by Elgar for 4 runs. Lovely shot from him. From an Essex point of view, they just don't want him to get any hint of being on top. It's a full toss, hit straight towards Denley. It's gone through him, I think, and that'll be 4 runs. That was hit powerfully on the full by Dean Elgar. Sorry.
And there will be a bowling change with Garrett, who has been struck on the pad, and he's brought a weight through almost immediately. That is just what Kent have been waiting for, and Jordan Cox will have to depart for 67 from 104 as Garrett runs round the wicket to Elgar, who has hooked this one into the gap between deep mid-wicket.
Seen Critchley before, he does like to attack, and he does attack now. This one goes over the top, does it? It is 6. And in fact, there's not a long off there anymore. Parkinson out of the attack. Essex will be thinking and give them all sorts of problems. Ken, that one's over long on this time. That'll be 4. And
as Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that's played away beautifully off the back foot through backwards point to the boundary. That was a lovely, just sort of open. Gilchrist runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that into the offside, and that will just evade the fielder trying to run round from deep point, and he will. Few in the ring as Gilchrist runs in, and that is punched down the ground for his boundary, and that will be Elgar's century. He has played that shot so well today, and on that he just leans into the gap towards mid-on.
This next one is swept away by Elgar in front of square on the onside, and it will go for 4. There was a tumbling attempt at a stop out there. Elgar. And Elgar drives that one very nicely away, and it should make the boundary. It does. The man on the cover fence can't get round, and he picks up 4 runs. That's the 250 up for Essex, 251 for 3, and Elgar goes to 116 not out. Here's Elgar in. Elgar drives uppishly over the bowler's head, put an arm up, sort of half-heartedly did Elgar, which could be dangerous.
It's Parkinson over the wicket too. Elgar pops a catch up. This time it is a catch for Tawandamiye. Did that stick in the pitch? Not sure, but a false shot from Elgar.
Leaning in again, and Critchley drives this time out to the extra cover boundary, and he picks up 4 runs, and he goes to another half century, does Matt Critchley. He goes to 52, and Essex to 264 for 4. And he's around the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who steps down the pitch. And that wasn't where it was intended either. He was looking to hit it straight. It's gone behind square on the offside. And the fielder has failed to prevent it going for 4.
Runs in, and that's hit high into the air, and it's just dropped over the rope for 6. Well, Walter might be batting on one leg, but he has hit that really well down the ground. As Leaning runs in round the wicket, and that is smashed away by Walter, straight down the ground for a big 6 into the stands. Well, he might be batting on one leg, but he is timing these beautifully, and that's the second 6. 4 miles an hour as he runs in again, and that one is lofted high by Walter and taken. And Walter, who was slightly batting on one leg there, will have to depart for 33. He's just picked out the fielder on the mid-off.
He's around the wicket again, and this time that has gone away behind square for 4 runs. Bowling to Pepper, and Pepper goes long and high and full for 6, straight down the ground this time. 347 for 5. That was a pure. Somerset still hanging on, 281 for 9 against Surrey.
Parkinson in, and that's swept away by Pepper into the gap, and he will have 4 more runs. That's just perfectly timed sweep there through backward square.
Right arm over, in and bowled into Critchley, and Critchley drives very pleasantly, and cover has to run all the way around the boundary, and it's a forlorn run as well.
Just cuts that away late off the off stump. That's a lovely shot actually, because there's no fielder out. Fourth batting bonus point, and there he helps it down towards third, and that's a catch by Tawanda Mayeye. He's got his hand underneath it, and that is a great catch too from Mayeye.
This over, in and bowled into Critchley, who just tucks that one into the offside, calls his man through really quickly, and a century for Matt Critchley. He's made 100 from 168 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6.
Quick look over his shoulder, but now Jaden Denny bowls the last ball of the day, and it's stoutly defended by Simon Harmer, who finishes on 12, and Matt Critchley will get the lion's share of the applause for Essex from their 421 for 6.
Dean, what a day. A superb total on day one. How do you reflect on what we've seen today?
Yeah, I think we couldn't have scripted day one any better. 400 and odd for 6 on day one. It's a pretty good feat for us. Yeah, we're a little bit in trouble of 10 for 2 early doors, but we managed to find a way and yeah, get to amazing first day total.
And obviously we've got to talk about the century. Your first in Essex colours, came in front of the members and supporters here. Is that a proud moment for you?
Yeah, I think when you come to a new team, you always want to make an impact early doors, and managed to do so today. So yeah, very happy with the way I've contributed for the side. Put us in a really good position, and yeah, hopefully we capitalise on it tomorrow.
You spent quite a bit of time out there in the middle, obviously well into the afternoon. How did you feel the pitch was playing throughout the day?
It's getting a little bit slower, and maybe the straight bowling is always going to be a little bit of a challenge for batters when bowlers execute the plans. So yeah, I think hopefully it starts to spin later on in the game. Who knows? Maybe even from tomorrow, our spinners will come into the fold. But yeah, we're in a great position after day one. Coxie batted amazingly well. Critch obviously not out on 100. Yeah, so hopefully the guys that are in overnight can capitalise on a good start tomorrow morning.
And you mentioned Jordan Cox there, obviously another opportunity to bat with him after you went big in the first innings in Nottingham. There seems to be quite a partnership flourishing between the two of you now.
Yeah, we've had batted twice and got 200 partnerships, so yeah, we've had a bit of a stroke of maybe a little bit of luck as well, but in saying that, that's cricket, and we applied ourselves pretty well, especially being 10 for 2. We really had to knuckle down and give ourselves a bit of a chance to get us out of the trouble. But yeah, nice to bat with Coxie. He's a pretty relaxed chap. I don't know, maybe he's internally a little bit nervous, but he doesn't come across that way. But he's a very fine, talented batter. I'm pretty sure big ones around the corner for him if he carries on doing the right things. So yeah, nice to have a calmer head there at number 4, and yeah, he's shown a lot of maturity as well.
And you're talking about him going on what he could achieve. Are you sort of trying to be that calm and mentoring presence in the middle, given your experience?
I'm also pretty chilled out there, but I think you've got to work in a partnership as well. I guess with the experience on my side, I don't take the game as seriously as I used to when I was younger, and that maybe works in my favour. So yeah, it's just nice to come out and contribute. I know it's not always going to happen, but I guess when it's your time to cash in and go big, you've got to make it count. And it's, at the end of the day, it's not for yourself; it's for the team. And yeah, if we keep doing the right things right, I think we're going to be in a good position this season.
And finally, we are in a really good position. Obviously, as we said at the end of day one, the aim here just to drive this forward and continue.
Yeah, we're in a great spot. Again, we've got to start well tomorrow morning. We've got to push on a little bit closer to that 500 mark, and then come out and bowl really well. Ask the Kent batters the right questions, and obviously capitalise when we can. I'm pretty sure a bit of spin's going to take to the wicket as well, which is perfect for us with Simon and Critch as well. So yeah, but cricket is a funny old game. One day you're on top, the next day you're not, if you don't respect where you are in the current standings. But in saying that, we've got a lot of mature heads in our change room, and I'm sure we're gonna have another good day too.
This county championship match between Essex and Kent. Players have just made their way onto the field here. My name is Glenn Speller, joined today by Alex Hode and Beth Harvey. Bright sunshine here at the county ground and a decent crowd already inside as well. We had just over 2,200 inside yesterday, which was a good attendance, and B, bigger than anything Essex had here last season for a county championship game as well. And with the weather set fair, we're expecting another sizable crowd inside, and the majority of them hoping that Essex can continue to build on what was an excellent first day. 421 for 6 they're resuming on. Matt Critchley and Simon Harmer just making their way out to the middle. Critchley unbeaten on 103 and Simon Harmer 12 not out. I'll be updating the BBC Essex listeners into the 11 o'clock news. First of all, let's bring Alex in. And Alex, talking about Essex looking to build towards and beyond 500, I think Kent probably want to get this wrapped up as soon as possible.
Indeed they do, yes. Good morning, everybody. I suppose it's small targets. Essex will have that 450 in mind in the next 14 overs. Was it 29 more runs for the maximum batting bonus points? Kent need to pop up with a few wickets, ideally, to take maximum bowling points as well. They need 3 more wickets to claim those. So try and get those out of the way in the next 80 deliveries. That would be a perfect start to the morning for Kent. What they won't want is for these two to stay here for too much longer and be batting through towards lunch.
First ball of the morning then. Wes Agar coming in from the Hayes close in and bowling to Critchley, who drives out towards the cover boundary, but Kent have posted sweepers on either side of the wicket here, and we're underway. 422 for 6. Alex is just going to disappear off and update BBC Kent listeners at the start of today's play. But 2 centurions yesterday. Dean Elgar 120 for Essex, and Critchley now 104 not out. And as Alex said, Essex looking to move towards
more than 5,000 people have responded to plans to close
450 and maximum batting points, and then looking ahead to 500 as well. Here's Agar bowling to Simon Harmer. 2 slips in. Agar is in, and that's just worked in front of square on the onside.
To turn a disused pub
there is no run. 422 for 6. Aeroplane, quite low fly, just scuds across above us. A few more people braving it with the t-shirts early stages here today. Plenty of jumpers and sweaters in evidence in the early stages of yesterday, until the sun really started to burn bright in the afternoon.
Carrying out regular patrols through the spring and summer seasons to
crack down on Kent had Essex at one point at 10 for 2, and after Essex had won the toss and batted, their hopes were probably high, but maybe conditions for bowling were slightly better than what was evidenced later on. Here's Agar in, and Harmer lets that go through. Good carry through though, through to Finch. Just going to update BBC Essex listeners now.
They're resuming their first innings on 421 for 6. And Glenn Speller is at the county ground for us.
Yeah, good morning to you, Richard. We're midway through the first over of the morning here at a sunlit county ground. Very pleasant weather conditions we've got here today. A slight breeze just rippling the trousers of the players in the outfield. Essex have added 1 run to their overnight total, so they've moved on to 422 for 6 now. And Matt Critchley, the man with the run, he's 104 not out. He's there with Simon Harmer. Harmer, who is 12 not out, just playing defensively into the onside. But Essex wanting to get towards 450 for maximum batting points. That's their first target of the day, and they're 422 for 6.
Glenn's got ongoing commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. In football, Colchester United.
So Harmer just playing defensively into the onside for no run. So 13 and a bit overs for Essex to get the required now 28 runs to get these maximum batting bonus points, and then turning their attention, you would think, to getting towards 500. Here's Agar in and bowling to Harmer, just plays defensively into the onside once again. It's picked up by the man at short mid-wicket. Don't forget you can follow everything on the BBC Sport website as well. There's a live text feed going on right now, and then if you switch tabs from the live reporting to watch and listen, you'll see the full list of all the commentaries which are available today. So if we do get a break in the weather anywhere, then you can just go on there and pick and choose and maybe listen to another game. There wasn't a lot of cricket to listen to in the first round of matches, was there? The one definite result came for Essex when they swamped Nottinghamshire. Here's Agar in, bowling to Harmer once again, who shoulders arms to that one. Good carry through to Finch behind the stumps once again, and that's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it. And Essex 422 for 6. We'll keep you updated with what's going on elsewhere as well with score updates. Somerset 285 all out, Surrey resuming 42 without loss. Somerset 192 for 1 at one point, and then suffered a mini collapse, quite a big collapse, and then a last wicket stand of 49, getting them up to 285 eventually. But you would think Surrey are now in the box seat in that match, and Essex at the moment very much in the box seat of this one too. George Garrett is going to bowl from this river end. Started from the Hayes close end yesterday and then switched to the river end later on in the day. Alex is back with us, so he can pick up commentary with George Garrett coming on for his first over in the morning.
Look at that for timing, absolutely. Perfect indeed. George Garrett, 44 on his back. Changing ends, as you say. He's now coming in past the umpire and bowling, which cracked back down towards mid-on by Matt Critchley, who's batted very nicely. He has something of the sign over, Kent, doesn't he, in recent years? I was hearing this morning, I think it was 7 career centuries, 4 of them against Kent.
Yep.
Which, I'm sure the players know these kind of things, and you must kind of pick the games out on the on the fixture list, thinking, right, that's my week. He's certainly done it on the opening day, and how long he can do it on day 2 is the question at the moment. The sun is really warming up, actually. I've got it coming through the windows. It feels like a summer's day as Garrett comes in once again and delivers. This one's worked away into the offside. It's going to be at least 1 there. They're going to push for a second. No, they're going to trot through for a second. Another 2 to the total for Matt Critchley. Just worked away nicely into the leg side and come back through, ticking away slowly. No immediate jeopardy for Essex in terms of trying to get to that 450. Just setting little milestones, breaking the day up. Don't see any reason why we shouldn't have 96 overs again today. Just a pleasant change from the first round, as Glenn mentioned.
The over rate was okay yesterday because we had a large chunk of spin in the afternoon, but we still went beyond the scheduled finish of 6 o'clock.
Okay, that's good to know. Garrett comes in once more. This one's heading down the leg side and helped on its way by Critchley onto the towards the deep square leg boundary. But it's hauled in for 1 and returns to Harry Finch behind the pipes. The ball will be whipped back around the field before returning to Garrett. It's his second appearance for Kent after making his debut last week. A tricky one when he lost the opening day for of the game against Somerset. Garrett had to wait a little while. He did make an early breakthrough in Somerset's first innings, which was actually on day 3 and which was kind of day 2. But he's off and running now. And he's running in once more. This one's clipped away into the leg side by Simon Harmer. There's no run there. It's fielded nicely down towards mid-wicket. Daniel Bell-Drummond, his cap has deteriorated over the years. That's one useful way to identify players. The age of how long have they been in the club? You can tell by how blue their cap is. In the days when Darren Stevens, which looked more like a Surrey cap than a Kent cap, after the amount of the dye had been stained by the sun. Ball back in Garrett's hands as he comes in again from this river end, or Sir Alistair Cook end, forgive me. This is all changed this year.
Yeah, that's gonna take a little bit of getting used to. But we mentioned this yesterday. This is the river end. But when Chelmsford became officially anointed as a city, we were sort of encouraged to call it the city end.
Brilliant.
But it hasn't stuck, so we remain calling it the river end. But yes, now
you've got changed to.
Now we've got to change
it
it again. Yeah, but it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. So apologies to those who are saying, I'm getting it wrong. Well, it will slowly but surely become ingrained in our minds.
Say one of the 2 things or 3 things, you'll be fine. Garrett in again, and that one's heading just outside of off stump, defended neatly there back along the track. The previous ball was a dot ball as well. When we advertise every ball of every game, I should mention that. There was back-to-back dot balls there to end the over from Garrett. Scores moved on to 425 for 6.
Yeah, so 25 more runs required by Essex. Plenty of time to get those runs in as well, so no need to come out and start putting back to ball very, very early on. But I guess there will have been a chat overnight and a chat this morning as to where Essex want to get to before they pull out or before they start throwing the bat a little bit and eventually being bowled out by Kent, and how many they think is enough. Look, they will hopefully, from their perspective, only have to bat the once, but I think what we've seen from the bowling conditions is it's going to be very difficult to take 10 wickets, let alone 20 wickets. Here's Wes Agart running towards us from the Hayes close end, in and bowling to Critchley, just tries to angle that one behind square and will pick up a single as well. A missed field by the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, just bouncing in front of him at backward points. A wonderful piece of fielding yesterday, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He was stood at mid-off, and mid-on, stood at mid-on, funnily enough, and Elgar drove the ball left-handed, and it looks like for all the money so it was going to go to the boundary, and mid-on gave it up and just didn't bother running, and Bell-Drummond sprinted from mid-off all the way down to the long-on boundary, and Essex only ran 2, so he saved 2 runs, and you do wonder whether the captain turned round to mid-on and said, are we not chasing anymore?
Yeah.
426 for 6 as Agar comes in and bowls, and Harmer just covers up, plays defensively out to the offside for no run.
And that's what you want from Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's not a screamer or a shouter and a teacup throwing type of captain, but he's a leader by example, and that's what you want. I guess set the tone and set the standards that you want your team to live up to.
Yeah, and they were tidy enough in the field yesterday, Kent, as well. You know, there were no chances were put down or anything like that, but it was a long old day for them.
Yeah, it is, and what they'll be hoping desperately is for this to not turn into a long old morning and then long old afternoon too.
There's Agar in, and Harmer just pulls up one round the corner. They have got long legs stationed down there. It's Garrett, just tidies up, tosses the ball in. They pick up a single, 427 for 6. It was really good captaincy by Bell-Drummond as well. It was quite inventive with some of his field placings, and they actually thought Michael Pepper out yesterday as well. Pepper had pulled one ball around the corner, and Agar, I say they didn't put any catches down. He put a difficult chance down, you know, which one of those you might take 50% of the time, and he put that down. And then they just went for the short ball with Pepper, and he ended up just trying to flip the ball over the head of the wicketkeeper and flipped it into the hands of Miyeye at deep third. They thought him out there as this next one's played defensively behind square on the offside for no run. He was always thinking, always moving things around, trying to make something happen.
That's it. That's good captaincy. He's got a lot of energy as well. He's spent a long time in this team without being captain, to be honest. And last year was a pretty prolific year with the bat as well. So it's something new to energise him, I guess. It's something to think about, more responsibility. And he certainly, in the final day of the game against Somerset, rose to the occasion. And he'll be hoping he gets the opportunity to build on that today, sooner rather than later.
Agar turns into Critchley, just the one slip in, and Critchley just plays defensively back out to the offside, and there's no run whatsoever. There was no point. There was probably one point for about half an hour in the afternoon where you thought that Kent were beginning to think about trying to keep the run count down and posting sweepers and only having the one slip in and that sort of thing. But very quickly they turned, just went a little bit on the attack again as well, just trying to keep things moving in the game, as it were.
It's tricky over the ebbs and flows over 96 overs in a day, particularly. It's quite warm, so I understand, and early in the season it's kind of your first real soporific effort. You need to get through those sessions.
Here's Agar into Critchley. Critchley on the drive. There's a strangled shout for LBW, inside edge onto that front pad. End of the over, decent enough. 427 for 6, 99 overs gone now in this Essex innings, and the two batters just kind of a mid-wicket chat. Simon Harmer, we know, is a really good striker of the ball. Probably should have, and he'll admit it himself, more runs than maybe he has got during his time here with Essex, but has worked really hard with Tom Huggins, one of the batting coaches here, to work on the striking of the ball and you know, when to do it and what balls to pick and that sort of thing. He's become a very sort of reliable man at number 8.
That's fantastic for the rest of Division 1. Simon Harmer getting better at something. Good news. The ball is back with George Garrow, who's trying to end that batting run right now with this delivery. He's past the umpire and delivers. That one's driven towards a nice tumbling stop there at cover. There'll be no run. It was, Simon Harmer has been something of a thorn in Kent's side, I think it's safe to say, but generally with the ball in hand rather than the bat. So if he develops a way of punishing their neighbours with the bat as well, watch out, Kent.
Pitch, yes, I mean it's very apparent. It's low and it's slow, and Dean Elgar was just saying yesterday, look, you know if you get through the first 10-12 overs with a Kookaburra ball, you know, it's there for you if you just keep your concentration.
And that's it indeed. Garrett in once again. This one's heading towards leg stump and just tapped away into the onside, and that's fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond for no run. Indeed, you mentioned very kindly, I should thank you, Glenn, for mentioning the BBC Sport live text service, which is how I spend the majority of my days during the summer anyway, tapping away rather than talking away. A shout out to Gary and Adam and Ben, who are in charge of that today. Very, very tricky job, one of the most intense jobs I think I've ever had, trying to keep track of different games going on with different screens and streams and audio in your ears and tell everyone what's going on up to the minute. It's hard work. Garrett coming in again. He's got an outside edge through to Harry Finch. It's not been given. He thought for all the world. The cordon went up. He thought he had an outside edge. Harmer pushing forward at one. He's going past off stump. It was almost a celeb appeal then. He certainly convinced me.
Yep.
But nothing doing, says the umpire. And George Garrett has a disconsolate look on his face as he trudges back past the umpire. Nothing said. Nothing. No little glances. Nothing to get him in trouble. But Simon Harmer's heart rate will have just jumped up 20%, I would have thought.
Just on that stream as well, the job that you guys do, listening to all the different commentaries and that sort of thing, and obviously us emailing in as well from the ground.
Thank you for doing
bringing live updates from there. So you know you are doing sort of 3 or 4 jobs in one go.
Absolutely right. That's just driven back down the track and dealt with quite nicely. Is that Ben Compton? No, I'm trying to think who that is.
It does look like Ben Compton. They took his cap off.
Yes, indeed, just for a moment. And I'm trying to work out. He looks similar to someone that used to play for Kent, actually, when he doesn't have a cap on, and now plays for Essex, which threw me momentarily. But there we go. I actually saw them this morning having a good chat, Compton and Jordan Cox. Old chums, now of course foes, this week at least. But, saved a run there as well, 4:27 for 6 it remains. Garrett back in once again from the river end, as well as the Cook end. That one's dealt with slightly better by Harmer. It's carved away, but straight to the fielder again. No run.
Yeah, we had a little session about sort of 6 or 7 overs where Jordan Cox was out there and Jack Leaning was bowling to him, and apparently they are big mates.
Yes, they are. They really are.
You could see there was a little bit of humour in it and a little bit more chat in the outfield as well. But Jordan Cox dealt with it really well. Batted really well yesterday.
I think that Jordan Cox, I was 60. What did he get? 67. I think he may have been slightly disappointed that wasn't more. Shall we say? In comes Garrett once again. This one's just cracked back down towards mid-on. And Ben Compton fields. There's no run there. 4:27 for 6 at the end of the 100th over.
He was a little slow to get himself off the field, Jordan Cox, after the LBW decision. Not because the LBW was marginal in any way, shape or form. I think he was just surprised that he missed a straight one.
Yeah.
And I think that was the disappointment, because he'd struck the ball beautifully. There was one sumptuous 6, quite a low one, just straight down the ground. Essex Kent posted long on and long off. To see whether he'd continue trying to hit down the ground, so he just hit it dead straight. You know, he's that sort of
he's very capable
cricketer.
Yeah, I mean the Kent lads know him, but as well as anybody, to be honest. And this was a big weekend for him, or big week for him, I guess.
Agar to continue from the Hayes close end, 4:27 for 6 in and bowling, and Critchley defensively plays out to the Kent skipper Bell Drummond, who collects nicely.
He has certainly got a passion for cricket, experience, expertise, and excellence. And he's certainly part of cricket's future, which is what the Felsted School advert at the side of the ground says. And of course, that's where he was schooled. He was schooling his former teammates yesterday for a spell.
Yeah, there's a few come through there. Jason Gallion, former Essex cricketer, very much involved at Felsted as well. There you go, turns in the distance. Just the one slip still. And Critchley forces into the onside. Very quickly calls Simon Harmer through. It's a misfield at mid-on, but Critchley very quickly called Harmer through there. He puts his thumb up, although I think he was slightly surprised to get the call. 4:28 for 6.
Yeah, that was if you need 5 off the over to get to a batting bonus point, that was the type of single to attempt then. I'm surprised they went for that, given the game situation. 22 required now for a batting bonus point. So my math suggests that's just under 2.2 and over.
Yeah, and they were going at 4.45 at the close yesterday.
Without even really particularly trying, I don't think.
Here's Agar. 2 slips in for Harmer, who works that down to long leg and will collect 4 runs, because long leg is very wide, George Garrett, and that's gone very fine. And so the first boundary of the morning comes to Simon Harmer, 432 4-6 is the Essex score. Yes, just talking to Dean Elgar at the close of play yesterday, and he mentioned the run rate, and he said that was without us really going for it. Really, you felt, and I know a lot of people have talked about it even at this early stage of the season about the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
And he was saying getting through the new ball, getting through that, and he was saying 10 to 12 overs, and I was like, that's very early to say that's the new ball done with.
Yeah.
Here's Agar, and he just conceded the first boundary, driven by Harmer this time, but stopped by the man at extra cover.
Yeah, I'm looking at that track as well. That's got that lovely a farmhouse loaf in a toaster for, call it level 5, for 30 odd seconds. It looks pretty gorgeous. I think even I might enjoy batting out there for a little while, as long as they weren't professional cricketers bowling at me. Obviously, I don't want Wes Agar slinging it at me, but it looks like it could be quite fun, and I think that's partly why Jordan Cox was probably quite frustrated to have got out when he did. There's more out there. Kent will be hoping there's some left for them later.
Here's Agar in, bowling, and Harmer gets that one behind square again, straight to Garrett, and they'll pick up just the single. 433, 4-6. You know your toaster settings very well, don't you? That was very descriptive.
I'm no stranger to toast, unfortunately. Bread. I need to cut it out soon. We're getting to the stage of the year where it's kind of right, no more bread until October.
Because this life of covering cricket is quite sedentary, isn't it? You spend a lot of time sitting down.
Do you know, there were people that used to go for a run around the boundary rope before a day's play to try and kind of get their exercise in. Not commentators necessarily, but people that work at cricket clubs. And I've always thought, that seems like a nice idea. Or at the end of play. Never once done it.
Agar into Critchley, pulls up one around, but straight to Garrett once again. They come through for the single, 434 for 6.
George Garrett's been involved more than he probably would choose to be early on in this one. He's had to chase a couple to the boundary and fielded 4 or 5 already down there at long leg. That is the over. Essex tick inexorably towards that 450.
Scores elsewhere then. Everyone's underway promptly today. Hampshire 311 for 7 against Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 310 for 6 against Worcestershire. Surrey have moved to 65 without loss now in reply to Somerset's 285 all out, and Warwickshire are continuing to have fun at Edgbaston against Durham. 520 for 1. Alex Davies, the captain, unbeaten on 232, and Will Rhodes 82 not out from just 121 deliveries. Durham, I remind you, put Warwickshire in.
He'll be going for Sam Northeast's new record for the season, I would have thought. As Garrett comes in, delivering to Critchley, who's just cracked that one away square on the offside, out towards the deep point boundary. It's hauled in for 1, and return to Harry Finch. Just an easy single. That's all they need at this point.
Just looking at some of the live text feed yesterday about that as well. One side of the boundary at Edgbaston does seem quite short.
Yes,
apparently.
Yeah, indeed. So put an asterisk next to the score. Yeah. But then people were saying that about North East at Lords as well last week. People always find something to complain about, don't they?
Division 2, Derbyshire 55 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 237 all out. Gloucestershire 33 for 3, in trouble against Yorkshire, who were 326 all out.
Indeed. In comes Garrett. He's cracked away. That's done nicely by Simon Harmer. He's beat the fielder at cover. Then think about a second, then not come back for it, and just rotate the strike in the sunshine. It's burning through quite nicely.
You've gone for shorts very early.
So I've got every day of this county championship season wrong so far. I went for shorts once last weekend, and there was no play possible, and it was cold and miserable. Yes, so I've gone for shorts today because I have vague memories of this room being quite warm when I was last in it and the sun was out. But I have the ability to take off an outer layer of shirt if needs be. Let's hope that doesn't come to that.
We can look forward to that later, can't we? Leicestershire 338 all out now against Sussex in Division 2.
As Garrett comes in. Bowling to Critchley, he's punched that one back down towards mid-off. There's no run. Straight to the fielder, Ben Compton.
Northamptonshire, just to finish off the scores in the opening 25 minutes of the day, Northamptonshire 323 for 4 against Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss there and decided to field as well. Emilio Gay continuing to go, 171 not out.
It's some big scores. They've all been Kookaburra scores. That's the problem people are going to be talking about come the third round of games, when people are getting a 70 looks a good score again. That's the thing. See how many people can cash in. A couple of Centurions last week for Kent, and a couple here as well for Essex already. As Garrett comes in and delivers, that must just cut away, but straight to the fielder on the bounce at slip. That's kind of second slip, I suppose. There's no run there.
First sirens of the day, because we're in Chelmsford City Centre. All the emergency services are based in and around the city centre, so you get that quite a lot.
Good luck getting through the traffic this morning.
During the day, yeah. I hope there's nothing serious for them to attend. Maybe cat up a tree or something like that, possibly.
There were all kinds of events. I got here very early today because I'm very thorough and professional.
What are you trying to say?
No, I didn't mean... Oh, gosh, no. I didn't mean to mention that you strolled in at 5 to 11.
I didn't.
Garrett delivered again. This one's down leg side. It's a big shout. The finger is not going to go up. It looked like it was heading down leg side to me. And the umpire, I think, perhaps agrees. But it was a play and a miss, which is something for Kent to get slightly excited about. At any rate, Critchley was trying to work it away off his pads into the leg side. Did not get it.
I was here at 25 to 11. You would think after a year of the roadworks on the A12 around Colchester, I would know and I would learn, wouldn't you? But yeah, my daughter's back from university for a couple of days, so I spent a bit of time with her.
Well, I feel so bad for saying that now. I didn't even mean it. I just meant that because I've had to come all the way from the Garden of England, from East Kent. I've come up this morning. I wanted to be here really early to make sure everything worked properly. Garrett comes in again, and that one is it's beaten the fielder. And that's going to be. I can't see it, but I presume it's gone for 4.
No, it's a good piece of fielding.
Has he stopped it?
He stopped it.
That was Daniel Drummond.
Yep.
Expert. I just saw the field. I turned around thinking it had gone past the mirror, and I saw the fielder running down this way.
I think he thought it had gone
fooled
past
him as well.
Yeah.
But very neatly done indeed by Daniel Drummond, who's fooled me and saved 4 runs for absolute certain.
See, I thought you'd set off early and got here because you're coming to Essex. Why would you not want to be here early at the end of the day?
Well, that's very true. I got here. It was quite cool. It was a little bit cloudy, and having left, the Garden of England was glorious this morning. Blue skies and yes. But I got here at about 9:15. That's how anxious I was.
Were you knocking at the door to be let in?
No, I was able to stroll in alongside some just as the players were arriving. I beat a few of them here this morning. But yes, you have to make sure everything works and everything's in the right place.
Here's Wes Agart on the Hayes close end, in and bowling to Simon Harmer, who's on the drive and drives very pleasantly, but won't get anything for that very pleasant on drive. There's a tumbling stop at mid-on, and there is no run. 436 for 6, the Essex score. 14 more runs to get those maximum batting points.
Yes, there was a point to me mentioning this anyway, because I came off at, I think, Brentwood. Because my Google Maps was sending me, and I went through
Ingatstone.
Yeah, really pleasant place. Yes. I saw. It's one.
You sound surprised.
Well, no, I'm not. No. Oh, I'm never getting out of this place, am I? You're going to be waiting for me outside.
Here's Agart in, and Harmer just covers up defensively out to the onside for no run. Blimey, you've done the scenic route today.
But it was scenic. I was thrilled to see there were so many country pubs, little country pubs, and a lot of people, a lot of like youth sport. There were little football games going on. There were cycle events. There was I think maybe a park run or something, or some kind of event. Anyway, it was a wonderful sporting hub in that part of the world this morning at that very early time of day.
You're in prime commuter belt there, Brentwood and Ingatstone.
Yeah. It was a very pleasant detour rather than the A12. I think my suspension probably thanks me too.
Yeah, because there's roadworks that end as well, isn't there? There's fun and games on the A12 at the moment, especially when they close it at night time. Here's Agart, and Harmer pulls up one around the corner, and George Garrett runs around from long leg just to prevent the second, and the score moves to 437 for 6. This opening half an hour of the second day of this county championship match.
Yeah, I think Garrett's probably closing in on his 10,000 steps for the day. I think he's bowled 4 overs already this morning, and he's had to field quite a lot down there at fine leg as well. He'll be asking for a change, I'm sure.
Daniel Drummond leaps across the strip as he comes to field at backward point.
Fact, if he wasn't a cricketer, he could be a ballet dancer.
Very delicately done, wasn't it? He's probably more at gully now than backward point as Agart comes in. And Critchley pushes out to the offside, and here is Drummond swooping but can't prevent the single as Critchley calls Harmer through quickly. 438 for 6, the Essex score. BBC Essex, BBC Kent with you on this second day via the BBC Sport website and the app. And you can have us on whilst looking at the live text feed as well, so we've got absolutely everything covered.
That's
for you.
The dream scenario, really, if you can. Do join in and see. I think Deeps is is the chap who's been tasked. We have a member of staff who goes around listening to the different carousel of commentaries to take out little snippets from us as well. So we don't even have to do all our own typing, as much as we appreciate you doing it.
Here's Agar. Harmer just pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. See, if we say good morning to Deeps, he might mention us at some point.
Indeed, he may even quote you saying that, which would be weird to see. But no, so you'll find yourself, your little name will pop up in a picture sometimes, and you think, I don't remember writing that, but that's because he's listening and taking down everything we say.
What I am very pleased with, though, is when I do send an email in, is the picture that you guys use of me on there as well, because I reckon that picture's about 10 years.
That's pretty good.
It's very nice.
Have you seen Matt Cole's one?
I have. He looks like he was possibly just out. Yes, it does look very young. And without missing to say anything derogatory, as Agar comes in and Harmer pushes defensively out, and no, there's no single there. He's sent back by Critchley. Normally, when you say without wishing to say anything derogatory, something derogatory comes.
It sets up nicely.
I say that Mr. Cole's slightly more silver now than he was in that photograph.
He's a lot wiser now than
is that
he was
what he
then.
says? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, because I have to respect him, because. Yes, he's the main man. But yeah, the good thing is that I got to put my own picture in there.
Okay.
So I have the power I wield is incredible.
End of the over, 438 for 6. Do you have to do an 11:30 update or not?
No, I do not. Sussex do.
Right, fine.
We share the show now.
So what I'm going to do is I'll disappear off for 20 minutes or so, and we'll bring Beth Harvey in for the first time today.
Yeah.
Current Sussex player, Beth Harvey.
Current Sussex
not
player, Beth
as
Harvey.
It said in the email, former Sussex player.
At least
I
you got
had to break
email.
the news to Beth this morning that her career was over.
I know.
But she'll come in and sit alongside you, Alex.
Absolutely right. I'm going to take George Garrett, who's bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, or the River end, depending on how recently you've been here. He's delivering. That one's swatted away. I can't see there's a window away, but it is a 6, slapped away fairly disdainfully by Matt Critchley over long on, and Joe Denley trudges off to go and retrieve the ball, which has been returned from the crowd, and that is he's thrown his hands at that one, and that's gone into the second deck. It's come back off the fascia, I think. Almost made it to the second deck of the stand and roll back onto the field. That is a lusty blow from Matt Critchley, and that is not what Kent will want to see whatsoever. It was pitched quite short by George Garrett, who's coming in again, trying to get it better. This one is another one. It's driven straight to Denley. Slight misfield, just bobbles up over his shoulder at long on, but he's able to deal with it. There'll be no run there. Oh, yes, and we'll say good morning to Beth.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We've got
Bit of excitement as I came
Indeed,
over.
yeah.
I missed it.
The last thing I want, particularly when I've got this I don't know what you call it, the bit in the middle of two windows where you can't see, the frame, the window frame.
Yeah, got it.
It didn't help me at all, and I need a head start as it is. But George Garrett is top of his mark, and now thunders in past the umpire, and this one's carved away just backwards of point, and that's going to make the boundary as well. That's a nicely timed. Oh no, it's not. It's going to be hauled in for 2. There you go. Called that one brilliantly. Critchley adds another 2 to his score. It's that 120 he's moved on to 446. There's a round of applause after 50-run partnership, of which Matt Critchley's got 26 and Simon Harmer has got 20. It's come from 90 balls in 62 minutes. There you go. All the numbers you could possibly want. Danny Drummond is going to have a chat with George Garrett. They've been slightly shorter pitch these last couple of balls, and he won't want that. Kent will probably be hoping, if they're not going to get 3 wickets in the next 3 deliveries to claim that maximum bowling bonus points, they'll be thinking, right, how on earth do we keep them under 500? This is the first milestone. Garrett coming in, trying to solve that equation now. Ball into Critchley. It's just Harry Finch behind the stumps now. No other fielders whatsoever. There's a third, and there's a wide-ish long leg. And Harry Finch, he looks pretty forlorn up there because Kent sensed the little bit of attacking onslaught perhaps coming from Matt Critchley.
Yeah, I don't know what Bell Drummond said to Garrett, but he just bowled a wide outside off stump.
Yes, so yeah, try and make it easy for all of us. Garrett coming in once again, and that one is even wider. It's an almighty swish from Matt Critchley trying to get it. That was definitely
reaching, wasn't it?
Just a bit. That is a white ball wide pretty much every day of the week. But he did that thing where you stick your bum out one way, you stick your arms out as far as possible to try and make it look further away, kind of frame it.
The umpire wasn't having it.
He was not having it at all. And the ball is back in the hands of George Garrett once again. Daniel Bell Drummond has retreated towards long off. Garrett comes in. This one's defended away and able to scamper through. Garrett will field his own, field the ball himself. A little scoop towards the stumps. I don't think there was ever really a chance for a run out, but when you've got no close fielders, that single was always on, and Matt Critchley took the opportunity to just tick one further closer to that batting bonus point. 448 for 6 are Sussex. And it is warming up. I cannot believe how warm it is. In the last hour, it is, I know. I have got sun cream on, but I haven't got any with me to reapply, which is a concern at the moment.
Well, that's more planning than I did. I didn't even consider the sun cream. I
Well,
think it's still in the cupboard from last
year. It's congealed. Yeah, you need to stay in that seat for now and then swap over later when the sun comes around. At the moment, I'm in the sliver of sunlight in the comms box. And Garrett is in full sunshine as he thunders in. This one's cracked down towards Daniel Bell Drummond. He's going to have a shot at stumps. He has not had a shot at stumps. It's probably a good thing because the ground had already been covered by Simon Harmer. Just a single there, down towards, in between mid and long off. Another single to the total. 449 for 6 at the end of the over. Matt Critchley has moved on to 121 from 195 balls. Simon Harmer's still there. He's on 21. And yes, they are one away from that 5th batting bonus point.
Looks like we might have a bowling change, is it?
Is that Nathan Gilchrist? Trying to see.
We need a pair of binoculars.
We do need a pair of binoculars. What's Gilchrist? 17, I think, off the top of my head. Turn around, man. I think you are correct. And let me try and do process of elimination. Who is out there and who's not? I think that's Nathan Gilchrist, who will be bowling from the. Well, it's the Graham Gooch end now.
The Graham Gooch end. You were right.
I love it when that happens. Yeah, I had a 1 in 11 chance, pretty much. Yeah, it is Nathan Gilchrist indeed. Yeah, so it used to be the Hayes Close end, which I just about got used to, and now I'm reliably informed it's the Graham Gooch end.
Well, a great man to name it after. And this is the Alistair Cook end?
Sir Alistair Cook, please.
Sorry, blasphemous.
Please, yeah, you need to give him his proper title. I'm glad I can say this on the radio rather than trying to have to spell it, because Alistair is one of the most confusing words to try and spell.
Gilchrist has dropped it short and it's been pulled away for 4. Simon Harmer managed to get on top of that and give it some welly, I think.
Yeah, he did indeed give it some welly, and that has also brought up that bonus point that we were talking about for the morning. And so I guess that's one goal ticked off for Essex. The next will be get to 500.
Let loose, I reckon.
Yes, it feels slightly like they've let loose already. But we shall see. Yeah, we'll call that a loosener, shall we, from Nathan Gilchrist? It was a little bit first ball of the day. Yeah.
Let him get warm.
Indeed. Well, him and me both.
And he's in again. Better length this time, and it's defended by Harmer out into the offside for a dot.
Perfectly done. Greg, it's your first experience of ball-by-ball commentary?
Ball-by-ball, yeah.
As I said, do not make it too good, because I don't know what I'm doing, really, and I don't need to fall any further down the pecking order.
It's quite scary that we've been left unattended by Glenn.
It's absolutely fine. Radio Kent listeners will be well aware of the fact that at this time of year, and perhaps at the end of the football season as well, the end of the cricket season as well, Ben and Matt, our beloved colleagues, are very busy people indeed, and so sometimes you have to put up with me on a Saturday, and for that I apologise. But here we are again.
And Gilchrist running in towards us. And that is given the beans, and that has gone just for 4.
Yeah, there was a couple of bounces perhaps, but it's in the shadow, so I couldn't exactly see if it got a second bounce, but it was another lusty blow, and another one that was a little bit too short. It's what you want, really. If you're a batter trying to get in and accelerate, you want deliveries like that, don't you?
Yeah, he's had the loosener. I'm not sure we're letting him off for that one.
No. They've given him some tap, I believe they would say. Is that 91?
17?
Yeah. There may be some more tap coming. That's two boundaries from these first 3 deliveries of the morning.
Simon Harmer looks like he's warming up as Gilchrist is in again. And that is pulled away again, but just evades the fielder at mid-wicket. And it's another boundary, another 4 runs added to the total, and they are motoring along now.
Yes, Essex do enjoy batting against Kent. The last couple of years, they've continued their streak. I think this is 5 totals of 400 plus in a row, and a couple of those have gone into the 5s as well. A lot of crooked numbers over the last 3 seasons. Kent will be hoping that they can do likewise if they ever get a chance to bat on this track.
It doesn't look like there's too many demons in the pitch, so I think they'll be looking forward to their chance. As Gilchrist is in again, and that's defended, and a quick single as Bell-Drummond comes in from mid-on to field that.
How do you, if you're Kent right now and you've been in the dirt for 105 overs already, and you don't want the day to get away with you? I know it's 6 down, but they're going to have to work for these 4 wickets, aren't they? You don't. The idea of another 50 overs out here must be spirit crushing at this stage.
I think that's well put. Yeah, I think I might be avoiding eye contact with the captain at the moment. As Gilchrist is in again, and that is edged, and runs down to 3rd man for. Is that on boundary?
I think it.
Is there someone down there?
I thought there was someone running down, but I think it has got there in the end.
Yeah. Just going for a boundary to end the over, and I think that's one that Gilchrist will hope to forget.
Yeah, I'm just trying to watch the replay, and it's just beaten the dive of, I think it was at Tonda Mieye. I think he slid in, got a hand to it, and then it's found the rope.
Teaser.
Yes, pretty cruel indeed. So what's that? 4 fours and a single. My maths suggests that's 17 off the over. Gilchrist now has 1 for 100 from his 18 overs. 466 for 6. And Essex are enjoying themselves early on this second day. I've got to talk to someone on the radio in a minute. I've still got 20 minutes, that's fine. Yeah, just gone 20 to 12 on day 2. Are we... I've missed this conversation here, I'm not entirely sure what we have. A change, what do we have? Not a helmet brawl, I don't know.
Bit of spin, is it?
Yeah, possibly.
Coming onto the ball from the Alistair Cook end, Jaden Denley.
Jaden Denley is coming onto the ball. He did get some overs in yesterday. Don't immediately tell me. I don't think it was too many. I think it was 6 or 8 or so.
7 overs, 0 for 25 yesterday.
That was very good. Commentary there, thank you. Indeed. My guess at
The
6
BBC
wasn't too
Sport
far.
app.
That is a very good app. If you're going to get an app, I suggest that it is the BBC Sport app. Jaden Denley is on. He will be bowling to Simon Harmer first up. No pressure.
Yeah.
Young man, 18 years old. It was his birthday not that long ago.
Wow.
Turning 18, but he is a man, and so here he is, thrown into a man situation. Simon Harmer warming up nicely. 34 from 62 for Simon Harmer. He's trying to get a field set, and in he comes. Trot that left arm over, and he'll field his own ball there. Just tap back along the track towards him. He gets down well with his young man's body. He's able to bend over to his left to pick the ball up. Take his uncle a bit longer to do that. In again. This one's just worked way into the offside by Harmer. Straight to the fielder, and there's no run there. Something different after the pace for the opening 9 overs of the morning. This one's drilled back past Denley this time, and it'll be an easy single for Harmer to bring Critchley onto strike. Fielded down at long off. I'm just looking at the little Jack Leaning's just turning his arm over there, but I'm not sure if he's actually just hurt himself in returning the ball in. From a Kent perspective, you'd hope not. But it's definitely giving it a little rotator cuff. Denley trots in again. High knees. This one's punched back straight back past the stumps at the other end. It'll be fielded by Tawanda Mieye. just a single there. And the ball is back to Jayden Denley. He's in the side more for his bat, I would say, than his bowling at this stage. He was very much a late call-up after Joey Everson was injured in the warm-up yesterday. And delivers once again. This one's carved away by Harmer. Down towards Jack Leaney. Just see how he throws it back in. He's all right. Just for a single there as well. 469 for 6.
Born in 2006.
I mean, that shouldn't be allowed for a start. That is a real way of dating people. That was just dabbed away towards point by Critchley. That's the end of the over for Jayden Denley. 3 off it, 3 singles. No real alarm for either Simon Harmer, who's now on 36, or Matt Critchley, who's on 126. And that is 469 for 6. There's a lot of sixes going on at the moment. And Kent will hope that they stay on the scoreboard rather than on the field, because we did see one almighty boundary, and we want to kind of limit those if they can.
Yeah, I think Jayden Denley's done well there to get away with 3 off the over after that big over before of 17 from Gilchrist.
Indeed, 17 on his back and 17 off that over. He's back at the Graham Gooch end and trying to work out how to avoid the same thing happening again, I presume.
Captain's having a word.
He is.
Wonder what he's,
I do say
what advice he's given him.
Probably not quite so short and not quite so pullable.
Not quite so pullable. I like it.
It's a simple game, really, when you're sat here. You've got no ability whatsoever. And they can't hear us saying that stuff as well, so that's
perfect.
It is great. There will be a little change in field.
An extra man on the offside.
Indeed.
Maybe he's
which is great
changing his line.
Which means if you bowl it at just outside off stump.
And he's in towards us. And that is shown, I would say, disrespect.
Yeah.
As it's heaved away through the leg side. That Bell Drummond does well with the fielding. Pulls it back in from the boundary, and a ripple of applause for that.
I think cricket's the winner with that. It was slapped away, but dealt with very well. Energetic. That's what you want to see. Again, leading by example. We mentioned it earlier on. They're closing in on 500. You've been in the dirt for nearly 110 overs, but 100% effort.
I think that body language and that intent says a lot when you're in the field.
Yeah.
And it can really set the tone for everyone. So.
I mean, he's a 30-year-old man as well now. This is the thing. It's taxing on the body.
Gilchrist is in again, and it's in the air, and it will land safe down to fine leg. And I think he's just managed to keep it inside the rope.
Yeah, George Garrett. There was a little juggle there, and I did wonder for a minute if it was just going to escape into the rope, but he did recover quite nicely and return it to the middle.
And they managed to run a 2 in that time. Speaking of not being very pullable, that was pretty pullable.
It was.
Managed to take the top edge though.
Yeah.
Could have been a chance. But didn't have the legs, unfortunately.
It's hard work because he's obviously bending his back to bang it in there. It's just.
Gilchrist is in again. Better line this time, and that's defended into the offside. Fielded at point for a dot. A welcome dot for Gilchrist there.
Yeah. Yeah, there was, I think, only one of those in his first over of the morning. Something to work on, like a foundation, a platform to build on. Kent need 4 wickets from somewhere, somehow. Otherwise it'll be a declaration at some point.
He's in again on the offside this time, and it's driven out to mid-off for a single. Very comfortable.
This is the thing. There are a couple of yelps. One edge beaten by Garrett this morning, and it was a half a LBW shout. But there's not a lot of jeopardy. It feels pretty comfortable all round. And the one thing that Kent will want is to have this same experience, to be out there in the sun enjoying themselves.
As Gilchrist is in, and that's short again, and controlled pull into the leg side, just to the mid-wicket boundary for another single. Yes, the sort of day where you get yourself out, I think.
I think that's the case, and in the first game of the season, Kent did that without any real need to on too many occasions. They'll definitely be trying to learn from that experience here. The Essex wickets have been similar to this weekend.
Gilchrist is in again, another short ball, getting up to about head height this time. But Harmer managed to get on top of it, and that's controlled into the leg side again for another single.
It makes me wonder if that is what he's supposed to be doing. Is he trying to get him to top edge a hook, or?
Yeah, I think he might be following orders.
I mean, in which case, credit to him, because he's doing the same thing over and over again. It might just be that he's doing exactly what he's told, and he's a skilled player who's putting it exactly where he wants to be putting it. That is the end of the over. 476 for 6, 107 overs. I mean, in theory, Kent could still, if they take 3 wickets, can still rattle up an extra bowling bonus point. Who knows? Having seen the crazy end to last season, who knows how valuable every single point will be come September the 29th, I think, is the last round of these games.
Wow.
Jaden Denley comes in. That one's beaten the fielder at cover, squirmed away. They're going to come back for a second. That was very enthusiastic from Simon Harmer. Good running there. And that takes the score on to 478. Harmer's on to 44. As Denley comes in once again. Oh, he's beaten him and he's gone. Has he stumped him?
Yeah, he stumped him.
Has. That is
Harry
nice work from Harry Finch indeed. Jaden Denley has a first-class wicket. 1 for 30. Simon Harmer, an almighty hoik, trying to take it towards Cow Corner. 44 he departs for. Some good work from Harry Finch behind the pipes. Off come the bails. And Kent have one of those wickets. 478 for 7 now.
He'll be chuffed with that, won't he?
He will, indeed. And all of a sudden, 2 wickets needed for that bowling bonus point. Who knows how important they could be. I saw the almighty swing and I thought, I'm trying to look at where that ball's ended up. Some nice disguise, flighted in by Jaden Denley. And one to remember, I'm just going to watch it back now. It was very attacking intent. He knew, Simon Harmer knew. Good work from Harry Finch, who's a very accomplished wicketkeeper these days. Took it just to the leg side, whipped the bails off, and off goes Harmer for 44. And Kent have a breakthrough, something to work on, and a foundation this morning. Matt Critchley's still there, will not make them feel particularly easy, but it has kind of, well, I don't want to say exposed the tail, because I think, is it Shane Snater who's the new man? It is Shane Snater, yeah. He's more than capable of giving it a biff, and in this situation, they probably wouldn't mind that at all. Push them up towards 500 and see what the day has in store.
Yeah.
478 for 7. And Jaden Denley has a first-class wicket. It was a I was there moment. I'm very sorry to Matt Cole that he wasn't here to see it, but I was. We're hoping at some point in this game, ideally not today, that we'll get to see him bat in a first-class game as well, from a Kent perspective. And he comes again. This one's worked away just towards point by Snater. There's no run there. 2 off the opening ball of the over from Denley. 3 to come. Past the umpire and delivers again. That left arm. This one's heading down the leg side and then helped on its way. A lot of room there to run. They're just going to take the single to take the strike. His Uncle Joe races in from deep mid wicket to field. 38 years old now, Joe Denley, which that makes me feel old. You talk about people being born in 2006. Joe Denley being 38 is essentially, he's basically the new Darren Stevens, and that is alarming to me. Jaden in once again, punched back past him by Critchley, forgive me, just for a single. So we take the strike back again. 1 on to the score, 480 for 7. 1 to come. And Snater takes a step back, works some room, cuts it straight to the fielder at point. There's no run there as well. That's the end of the over. Jaden Denley has taken a wicket in first-class cricket, and he's getting some little fist bumps, some high fives. Nice little clutch there with Harry Finch, who gave him that wicket as well, whipping the bails off of Simon Harmer's stumps. 480 for 7. Critchley's still there. He's faced 200 balls and used them to amass 128. He enjoys the game against Kent, and he's very much enjoying this one so far. Shane Snater at the other end on 1. Seeing, is it going to be Gilchrist continuing?
It looks like it.
Yeah, the yin and yang from the two ends. A bit of pace and short stuff from the Hayes close end, and Jaden Denley flighting it in from the river end.
Critchley's just slipped into some fresh gloves. I saw there.
Well, yeah, that's changing what's been working for him. Who knows? Maybe if he goes this ball, they're going in straight in the bin.
It's the gloves, yeah. As Gilchrist is in. And that is driven just up towards mid-on for a very relaxed single.
It was. It had a bit of venom. We don't have paces on our scoreboard, do we? That felt like it was a bit faster and certainly a bit lower anyway. I think it was heading towards Midland leg, but say what you like about Nathan Gilchrist, he's bending his back to try and get as much as he can out of this pitch, which it is a bit dormant, and
yes,
it is definitely one. It would have been one for the batters anyway, let alone with the Kookaburra ball.
And Gilchrist is in again to Snater, and that is very short, and it's given us a no ball.
It is indeed, yeah. That was an uppercut transported to the IPL just for a moment there as Snater tried to kind of rock back and try to guide it over the wicketkeeper. Harry Finch, who's not the tallest of figures anyway, and he took it up pretty much in front of his face in the end. There have been a lot of no balls at the start of this county championship season from the Kent bowlers, but that one they've not all been like that.
And Gilchrist is in again. A short, swatted at by Snater, but a play and a miss there as it goes through to Harry Finch.
I don't think Kent will mind that too much if that's what he's going to do, because that might offer up an opportunity. That could have gone anywhere. A little edge to the keeper, skied it, and it's showing some attacking intent.
I nearly got excited because I thought I heard a noise, but no one reacted on the pitch, so I don't think anything happened.
No, they're a little bit closer than us.
As Gilchrist is in again, back of a length, and that's defended into the offside. A quick single. It's laced at the stumps, but no buzzers, although it was fielded on the far boundary.
It was indeed, yes. So my eyes have established this morning. My eyes are already failing you, but when your ears fail you as well, and you're hearing things, that doesn't bode particularly well.
Well, maybe between the two of us, one of us can see, one of us can hear.
Yes, we'll make one commentator between us. That's fine. As long as we don't get paid half, I don't mind that at all. We don't have a Glenn with us, do we? It's just us for now. I'm going to have to disappear in about 5 or 6 minutes, so you may very well have the radio to yourself.
Take the reins. Gilchrist is in again. That's back of a length, and he has swung away at that, and I think that's gone all the way. 6 runs. And another 6 added to Critchley's total there.
Yeah.
He is stacking them up. He'll have that 150 in mind, I'm sure, looming over him.
He will indeed.
He moves to 135.
Off the top of my head, I'll need to research this in a minute, but he's got a few big hundreds against Kent. He's not really gone big yet.
Gilchrist dropped that short again. It's pulled out to the leg side. I wonder if that was a slow ball.
It was. I was going to say that.
Like that came out the back of his hand.
He had to wait for it as well. Actually, it was well read in the end by Critchley, because he still managed to get it out the middle, which shows the difference between Leeds players. You'd have been all right with that, would you? You'd have picked that and put it away.
I'm going to say yes, because no one's here to deny that. Gilchrist is in again. Again, it's short and pulled away for 4 runs this time. A couple of bounces out to the leg side. And Snater getting in on the action there as well.
Yeah, that is a real slow trudge from Nathan Gilchrist as well. It's pretty dispiriting. Trudge away 495 for 7, and what's that? 6, 10, 11, 12, 13 off the over. Which is not really. Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist, for a very fast bowler indeed, is walking very, very slowly away back towards long leg.
I think the short ball experiment might be nearing its completion.
The fact that the slower short ball was actually the most effective of the over, to be completely honest. And yeah, the ball is back in the hands of Jaden Denley, that lad with a first-class wicket, trying to get a second now. Critchley on strike, and just guides that one away down towards Twandamiege, who's run in from long on. Just a single there, a very easy stroll in the sunshine for that single. And the sun is well and truly out. The shadows are sharp, and my forehead is going pink. That one's slapped away. That's going to be a boundary, I think, as well. Can't see it, but it's gone. It's gone away towards a deep mid-wicket boundary. A fairly dismissive swat at that one. And that is the 500 up. Shane Snater, who's moved on to 10, got down, not quite onto one knee, but got all of it into that kind of strange little triangular area over towards cow corner. It's not. It almost is a corner actually, with the way the ropes are. But he's moved on to 10 from 8 balls. Critchley's 137 not out. Essex have 500 on the board against Kent again. And there's an effort to retrieve the ball. Joe Denley's just moved around a little bit further. It's down in front of the Kent dressing room actually. Little summit in the middle. Danny Bell Drummond is directing traffic, putting a few more onto the leg side. George Garrett, I think, is going to head down there. Or is that? It might be Wes Agar.
I think that's Garrett, just filling in that gap there at cow corner.
Yeah, and Denley trots in again. That one is very much down leg side. They're trying to tempt him into it. Is it Nathan Gilchrist that's going to run around to field from long leg? He's done so. Can't prevent the second though. It's actually beaten Harry Finch as well. That throw. It's a fairly tired throw, but it's backed up well.
I think that's a bit mean to Harry Finch, considering it was in the middle of the wicket.
yeah, that's true. I didn't mean to disparage him. He's a very fine wicket keeper, which is his incredible story to establish himself here. It's another one that's heading down the leg side. He's not got any of that. Harry Finch caught the ball, and he was in his ground though. Shane Snater. I'm mindful that in the next couple of minutes, Glenn, do you need to jump on again? Have you got an? Oh, okay. Yeah, if that's all right. This one's driven back towards Jaden Denley, right back down the track, gets 2 hands down to it. Again, with those very supple knees that he has to get him down that low, prevented a run. And no run out as well. Critchley was in his ground at the other end, otherwise it might be run out at the non-striker's end.
Right.
That one is. I tried to play it inside out, I think, and it's gone into the offside and scampered through for a couple from Snater. And that will be the end of the over. A slightly more expensive one from Jaden Denley. But that is mainly because of the attacking intent shown by Snater, who's on 14. Critchley, 137. That was Kent's last hope of gaining a bonus point, or the third bonus point for bowling. 110 overs are now up. 504 for 7. A little meeting in the end. I think we might be seeing Matt Parkinson coming on to bowl in place of Nathan Gilchrist at the Graham Gooch end.
Yes, so it looks like the short ball experiment is over as Parkinson's taken his cap off and looks like he's just getting loose, bowling a few to mid-off. Yesterday he bowled 26 overs and took 2 wickets for 110.
I'm going to disappear just for a few moments and welcome back Glenn Speller. I'm going to go and inform the good people of Kent what's going on here, because I'm sure they'll be thrilled to learn. I'll catch you in a few minutes.
Let them know as Matt Parkinson comes in for his first delivery, and that's blocked and it's rolled away into the leg side, and they've managed to steal a single off the first ball of the over. And Matt Parkinson will be hoping to add to his wicket tally here. 3 more for Kent to get before they can have a go on this pretty nice pitch for batting. As he's in again, and that is slog swept out to the leg side boundary for 4 runs, and Snater's played that pretty well. Found the gap there.
Yeah, this is Essex getting on with it now, isn't it? They've got the maximum bonus points. They've got beyond 500, and say for Kent, it's a waiting game as to when Essex might pull out, or whether they can take these 3 wickets with Essex hitting out.
Yes, Parkinson in again, and Snater's kind of swatted that out to the long on boundary, and they've run a very relaxed single. There's a lot of relaxed singles going on. I think they've taken their foot off the gas, I think.
Yeah, you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders all patrolling the boundary.
And that has found the gap on the boundary. Parkinson in again, and it's that Critchley has hit a big straight 6 into the sight screen.
It was much like Jordan Cox yesterday. They'd stationed long off and long on out and sort of dared him to do it, and they've dared Critchley again as well, and they've hit it dead straight. So the 2 fielders are just standing there and watching that and hoping that one of the supporters over the boundary there is just going to go and fetch the ball for them. But I fancy that's gone over the hoardings and disappeared under the sight screen as well, so that might need a little bit. In fact, it's gone further than that because the box of balls is coming out for them to choose from.
The umpire is having a look at the special silver suitcase.
Yeah, you see some counties they have a bag, or that, you know, they might have that here at Essex. We have a very, very nice looking case of balls that they bring out.
It does look something quite James Bond-esque, I'd say.
Something that might be a secret formula in, possibly, and being carried like in James Bond,
kind of
maybe, that sort of thing.
A vial containing some kind of top secret chemical.
Good word. Yeah, so they've got a replacement ball, and Matt Parkinson has that in his hands now. But yes, Essex hitting out here and going for it. Warwickshire 566 for 3 against Durham, by the way. 2 very quick wickets there. The Warwickshire collapse is on.
Oh dear, we hate to see it. And Parkinson's just about ready to have another go. As Critchley, I think, she's taking his guard again, composing himself after that big 6, trying not to get carried away. Is she coming? Is that round the wicket for him?
It is.
And that is reverse swept, very nicely played. Just trickling away down towards the 3rd man boundary as it's collected and thrown in by Jayden Denley.
Good morning for Jayden Denley. Okay, Essex are looking to hit out, but he has his first class wicket, which was nice for him as well. So it's a little marker to tick off in the early stages of his career.
I think I can spot a little pep in his step after that. There's Parkinson's in again, and he goes again with the reverse sweep. And that is hauled in to the bowler's end when they ran a quick single, but nothing has come of that.
No, that was Denley again, wasn't it? But Parkinson wasn't over the stumps there, ready to take the throw either, but I think they were safely home at the end of that over. And as a current Sussex player, and you'll probably have a little bit of sympathy for the Kent players. Is it almost like a waiting game, saying when are they going to? Obviously, you've got to maintain your concentration, but you know what Essex's tactic is here now. So as a fielding side, you're thinking, when are they going to pull out? When are we going to have to get the pads on?
Yeah, luckily I've never had to deal with the declaration. I've never fielded for 111 overs. I've certainly had games where it's felt like that.
Denley's going to continue from this river end, is in and bowling to Snater, just tries to cut that one away, doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Finch. It's Critchley at that end, in fact, just missing the cut there. Snater at the non-striker's end. Denley around the wicket again to Critchley, drives pleasantly enough up to a long off. Mayeye comes off the fence to do the fielding, but he can't stop the 2 as the throw comes in. Good running that from Essex. 521 for 7 now. Critchley unbeaten on 149, so 1 short of his 150 here from 210 deliveries. So he's certainly sped up on this second morning. Here's Denley in again, shorter and quicker, worked behind square by Critchley, and he picks up his 150th run from 211 deliveries. The Essex run rate is just a shade under 4.7, and Critchley's innings of 150, he's only featured 5 fours, but he's also hit 4 sixes. There were just 4 boundaries and 1 6 from his century yesterday, as well. Has a reputation of being a bit of a bludgeoner of the ball, but shown he's got the game for all situations, as Denley is into Snater, and Snater goes long, high, and into the members area, into the pavilion with a maximum. Another 6 for Essex. 527 for 7. 528 for 7, in fact.
Yeah, he's cleared a couple of benches in the members area there.
There was panic. You saw the members spread. There's panic, and now they're all looking under the bench to try to find the ball as well. But I think various coffees have been tipped over in there as people scrambled for safety. But Snater, it was just a stand and deliver shot, wasn't it? How great to feel like that. You can just stand there and do that, and, have no risk whatsoever, and just back yourself to be able to hit so cleanly.
Not something I think I can relate to very much.
Well, He's moved to 25 now from 15 deliveries, has Shane Snater. 3 fours and a 6.
Looks like he's been given a licence, I think.
He's such a good striker of the ball.
Yeah, some really clean hits.
And they have the ball back, and Denley is over the wicket now to the right-handed Snater, who, well, that's a bit of an ugly shot, to be perfectly honest with you. He completely lost the base from his hitting there and lost his form in the shot, and top edges it over the wicketkeeper, and they come through for a single. 529 for 7.
Just after we're saying how cleanly he hits it, he edges one. Typical.
And Denley into Critchley. Critchley sweeps that one away in front of square on the onside. Just the single accrues. 530 for 7. 80 overs remaining in the day now. And 112 overs gone in this innings, and that is all she wrote. Essex have declared at 530 for 7. Matt Critchley unbeaten on 151, and a very nicely crafted and handy innings of 26 from Shane Snater. So Beth, over to Kent now, who will, the conditions won't change for them. Obviously different boulders, the conditions won't change, but I guess this is where scoreboard and the mentality comes into it from the Kent batters' perspective.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have been looking forward to getting out and having a bat on this pitch. It looks like it's been kind to the batters, and with that Kookaburra ball as well that we've been speaking about. That first 10 to 12 over period is the key one to get through, and then looking to cash in while that ball's a bit softer. And hopefully they'll be able to give Essex a run for their money, although 530 is a very big total.
So a breaking innings here then. Essex 530 for 7. Matt Critchley unbeaten on 151. Wicket to fall today. Simon Harmer stumped by Finch after bowling a Jaden Denley. A first wicket for him in first class cricket. He was out for 44, and that pairing of Harmer and Critchley adding 82. Very good runs in a shade under 20 overs. So we'll take about a 10-minute break here and then rejoin us for the Kent reply.
Making their way onto the field, your insight by captain Tom Wesley. Opening the batting for Kent, number 2, Ben Compton, and number 14, Wendell Mayeye.
Well, the players are making their way out to the middle for this Kent reply. Essex 530 for 7 declared. Matt Critchley's first 150 as well in first class cricket, finishing 151 not out. So another statistic to arise from this match. And well, Kent will fancy themselves because the batting conditions haven't changed, but it's about scoreboard pressure and it's about what this Essex attack can do. Beth Harvey, current Sussex player, is back with us here on BBC Essex and BBC Kent. And Essex also, Beth, missing Sam Cook as well, so that might be to Kent's advantage.
Yes, they're going to have to look to capitalise while the ball's still swinging up top. And I'm sure they'll be looking to take a couple of early wickets here, try and get in the game and keep Kent well below their total.
3 slips in, and it's Jamie Porter who's going to open from the far end, the Hayes Close end, the more open end of this county ground. We've got some temporary sheeting up there just to extend the sight screen as well, which is being well ruffled by the breeze that continues to blow across in what are otherwise very pleasant conditions. First ball of the Kent reply then, 3 slips. Porter is round the wicket into the left-handed Compton, who gets an outer part of the face of the bat on that, and it disappears through gully, and they come back for a couple of runs, and Kent are up and running.
They're also up and about. They gave that a big noise in the slip cordon there, despite the fact it was pretty safe the entire time and played downwards out towards third man.
I do often wonder whether that works, you know, for players. What are they talking about? I had that completely under control, no problem whatsoever. I know it's to try to get into the batter's mind, but you do wonder whether it has any effect whatsoever. Short mid-wicket in as well, as Porter is into Compton, who just covers up defensively into the onside for no run. Tawanda Mayeye is the other Kent opener at the non-striker's end. Lots of chat in the outfield, with Essex confident that they've done the job with the bat, and now it's over to the bowlers to see whether they can just make some early inroads into this Kent lineup. Maximum batting points for Essex in their back pocket as well. Here's Porter into Compton, who lets that one go, shuffles across his stump, so I fancy he let that go before he'd actually got right across in front of his off stump, but I think left more on length than anything else, confident that was going to bounce over.
Yeah, only 2 types of leave, and I think he's gotten away with that one, although it did make me jump a little bit.
So when you say 2 types of leave, good and bad, is that basically
bad,
it?
yeah.
We saw
as long as it's not hit the stumps, I think you're all right.
We saw Feroz Kushi with a bad leave yesterday to the first ball he received, just left it and had his top of off stump clipped. Porter is into Compton once again. Compton pushing, not with any great flourish, but pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run there. 2 without loss. Bit of gardening done by Compton. He comes down, a little chat with his batting partner, Mayeye. Straw coloured pitch that we've got here. There's no real life or bounce in it, and any turn that was extracted by the Kent spinners was a very slow turn. Porter turns in the distance, tosses the ball into his right hand, bustling sort of approach that he has, elbows pointing outwards into Compton, full delivery which is driven by Compton, hasn't quite timed it, so it's cut off at the expense of just a single. 3 without loss, so it's all changed as it brings the right-handed Mayeye down onto strike, just sweeps some detritus off the playing surface.
I'm sure they'll be heartened by that drive in the slip cord, and their eyes will have lit up for a moment there.
So is that what you're thinking? Just get it nice and full, early stages here?
I think while it's swinging, you've got to try and make the most of it. But I'll spin, so maybe don't take my word for it. I don't know.
So Porter will come over the wicket this time to Mayeye. Still the 3 slips in. In he comes now. Miyeye's first delivery. He's playing and missed that. And that was a genuine player miss as well. He stretched the front leg out there, did Mieye, but Porter goes past the outside edge, end of the first over, and Kent 3 without loss.
Mieye kind of looked at the pitch in disbelief there. He wasn't quite sure how he managed to miss it, I think.
Well, if it has moved, he's probably thinking, well, it didn't do that when we were bowling, and if it hasn't moved, he's thinking, well, Essex didn't play and miss very much.
He's thinking, that's not fair.
No.
And coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, we'll have Shane Snater to open up. I made the mistake earlier of calling him Alistair Cook without the title.
No, I'm surprised you were still allowed in here, to be perfectly honest with you.
Security making their way up to the commentary box.
Yeah. Notes are being taken, don't worry.
Blacklisted from the Cloud FM County Ground.
Shane Snater sporting a shorter haircut these days. He's had the locks cut.
Bit of a mullet, is it?
Well, maybe
he's
heading that way,
mullet, yeah. As he's in towards Compton, and that is a wayward delivery down the leg side, left well alone, and that's the loosener. We'll let him off, I think.
There was a little shout from behind the stumps, wasn't there? You know, trying to think, the umpire, has he got a flick to that? But you look at the replay, he's nowhere near it whatsoever. But that would have been an unfortunate way to go, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't have been too bad to a right hander, that one. He's hoping this one will be a bit straighter, I imagine, as he's in again, running away from us. And Compton defends, but still skews out towards the leg side, down to the fine leg boundary, and an easy single to Compton there, bringing Mieye onto strike.
So you don't forget, I keep mentioning the live text feed on all the county games. It's such a useful tool to get, not just looking at the scores, but get a real feel of what's going on elsewhere. And I put a piece up on the Essex Declaration, but Alex has put a piece up from a Kent perspective as well. Beautifully crafted, beautifully written. All the full stops and commas and everything in the right place as well, and all the stats there as well. Matt Critchley, something of a nemesis for Kent. He's written his maiden 150, his 3rd straight century against Kent in the county championship.
Poetry. Snater's in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
And he also got a 90 plus in his last knock at Canterbury as well. That's another one that's gone under the radar. So Matt Critchley licking his lips, it would appear, every time he either heads over the water or Kent come in this direction.
Cashing in. Might be his favourite team to play.
Is that a thing?
I think so.
Do you have a team you like? You think, oh, I've got those today, so I've got a few wickets and maybe. And then do you have any good memories of one particular team you've played against?
That's a good question. Snater's in again, and that is defended into the offside, timed very nicely, and it looks like they'll get a couple for that. Mieye off the mark there. Who do I like playing against? I really like playing Kent, and I think that's because they're our nemesis down at Sussex, and you get up for it. I think you wake up thinking today's the day.
Big rivals.
Let's have them.
Big rivals. Does that happen? Yeah. Do you have them regularly or not?
I think it goes both ways. But let's say yes. As the ball is defended up to mid-off for another dot.
See, of course, now you've said that, when you do come up against them, they're saying Beth Harvey fancies it against us, so let's show her, shall we?
Let's let her know.
A few more people have made their way in over the course of the opening hour and 25 minutes, encouraged by the weather, no doubt. It's getting warmer and warmer in the box.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, glorious.
Feels like summer.
No, it is around the corner, I'm told.
Snater's in again, and it defended very solidly, just into the leg side, and another dot to finish the over.
Yeah, end of the over, 6 without loss, and the chat goes on and on, but it'll be interesting to see if things don't work out for Essex, how much quieter it might get as they discover that the conditions are actually a pretty thankless task for the bowlers, that Tom Wesley will go through the changes, go through all these various options before they arrive at the fact that maybe, the Kent batters might have as good a time as maybe Essex have as well. There's no real bounce in it, there's no real life in it, and any turn we saw has been really slow as well.
It's pretty easy to be full of beans in the first 10 overs, and then if you don't take any wickets, the heads drop, the body language changes, so I'd have to see as they go on if being very vocal at the moment.
That's what I liked
That's
about
for
Kent and the captaincy of Daniel Bell-Drummond, just trying to move things around, keep things going, keep his team positive, as Porter is in for his second over into Compton, just covers up defensively. And there's no run, just being inventive with his field placings yesterday when the game looked as though it was going a bit quiet, trying to move things around, and mentioned a couple of pieces of fielding from him as well, just to inspire his side. And I would say, you didn't see Kent heads go down at all throughout, and that was a really good sign if you're a Kent member or supporter.
Yeah, clever bowling changes, just trying to make something happen all the time.
Porter again kicks off, and in he comes to Compton, who just plays defensively into the offside. A couple of oohs and ahs from the slip corner as well, as it goes all the way along the ground to the man at point. And there's no run. If you're just joining us, BBC Essex, BBC Kent, via the BBC Sport website and the app, Essex declaring at 530 for 7, Matt Critchley 151 not out. Hampshire are all out against Lancashire as well. Hampshire 367 all out. The last wicket falling to Nathan Lyon, who had a really, really long spell bowling in that game yesterday for Lancashire. Porter's in once again, drops that one short, and it's pulled around the corner by Compton behind square, and he picks up 4 runs, 10 without loss.
That was timed very well. There's a man out there. It can't have been too far away from him, but it flew to the boundary.
Yeah.
Never had a chance.
Yesterday the outfield just looked a little bit slow as it sort of got within a couple of feet of the rope, but obviously since then they've had even more drier weather here, so the outfield might just have sped up slightly, as Porter has the ball very quickly back in his hand into Compton, and Compton pushes behind square on the onside, and this time picks up just a single as Shane Snater comes in to collect and tidy up. Nathan Lyon finishing with 4 wickets in that Hampshire innings, 3 wickets in fact in that Hampshire innings, 3 for 107 from 37 overs. And we were discussing this yesterday, that when you've got someone like Nathan Lyon in your side, only for a shorter spell than what was originally predicted, you are going to use him as much as possible.
Get your money's worth.
He's going to be bowled into the ground, I think. No wonder the Australian Cricket Board cut it a little bit shorter than maybe Lancashire wanted, as Porter comes into the right-handed Mayeye, who plays, well, not the most convincingly behind square on the onside, but comes through for a couple of runs nevertheless, and the score moves up to 13 without loss. And we were discussing yesterday in the old days when you had the real top level overseas players come over, so it's pretty unusual to get someone of Nathan Lyon's quality for a spell. I know they wanted him. I think they cut it short by a couple of matches, didn't they? The Australian Cricket Board just deciding they wanted him back a little bit earlier. But what an opportunity for county cricket fans to get to see someone like him in action as well. If you don't get to the test, this next one's played defensively for no run. End of the over, and Kent to 13 without loss. So what do we think Essex are thinking early stages here? Beth?
They'll be desperate to get on the board early, won't they? Get 1 or 2 here in the first 20 and assert dominance on the game. They've got potential for a very big lead, so I think they won't want to squander that.
That was the thing yesterday. Kent did get a couple of early breakthroughs. Let's not forget Essex were 10 for 2 at one point yesterday. And so the conditions eventually bore out. Surrey are 126 without loss in reply to Somerset's 285 all out. Rory Burns has been dropped there as well, and he's not out on 60. Dom Sibley 56 not out. I wonder whether Somerset might rue that collapse yesterday, and also putting Rory Burns down.
Snater's in again. And that's flicked away into the leg side. A good hand from the square leg fielder. Kind of parried it to mid-on. And now still a single there.
Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire 384 for 6 against Worcestershire. Mentioned Hampshire 367 all out. And Warwickshire have brought up the 600 now. 600 for 3 against Durham. And Will Road still going, 121 not out. The only man to miss out for Warwickshire, Ed Barnard, out for just the single.
Snater running away from us. Nice pitched up, outside off stump, and that's been left alone by Mayeye, much to the entertainment of the slip cordon, who enjoyed that quite a lot.
Yeah.
Suggesting maybe he shouldn't have left it.
Yeah, trying to put a bit of doubt in the mind, aren't they? But there wasn't. It didn't really move off the straight. So.
And looking at the replay, it looked like it was quite comfortable. So.
Again.
Being deceived.
Just trying to get in the head, and it's I think Miyaye is experienced enough to know.
Snater steaming in, and that's just blocked into the leg side. A couple of close fielders catching, short mid off, short mid wicket. I think they're hoping one might pop up.
Sort of right in the eye line, aren't they?
Yeah.
Of the bowler, of the batter as well. Just right in the eye line, just to create any doubt whatsoever. There, Jordan Cox is the man at short mid off, and just in at short mid wicket for Essex is Matt Critchley.
Snater bowling again, and that's blocked into the offside, into the strategic, I'm going to call it a strategic gap left at cover, but Point runs around and fields that, and they steal a single.
Just look at the second division scores for you as well. Derbyshire 102 for 2, replying to Glamorgan's 237 all out. Gloucestershire 72 for 3, after bowling out Yorkshire for 326. Sussex are 65 for 1, trailing Leicestershire by 273, and Northamptonshire still going 382 for 4. Emilio Gay 208 not out, his first class double century.
Snater's just strayed down the leg side there, and Compton has flicked that off his legs for 4 very comfortably. Fine leg did not have a chance to field that.
He just switched around the wicket there, didn't he, Snater, to the left-handed Compton. But his radar slightly awry.
The outfield is certainly looking quicker, I'd say. That raced away.
Yeah. So we have had an enormous amount of rain in March and the start of April, but the last 2 or 3 days it has been really dry here. This is the driest part of the country.
He has come back nicely there, and that's blocked just up towards mid-on to end the over with a dot.
Yeah, so say the southeast is the driest part of the country. The actual driest part of the country is Great Wakering, which is just outside Southend in Essex. That has the least amount of rainfall in this country.
What's that?
Yeah, you see. Only because it's in this county, otherwise I wouldn't have known. When you go to Great Wakering, if you come across it in the driest part of the country, do you know that? Yes, we do know that.
Is that on the sign as you're driving in?
Yes, some places have Floral Town or twinned with Great Wakering has driest part of Great Britain.
Nice, not bad.
Imagine putting that on the side to welcome you into Great Wakering. Here's Jamie Porter running in towards Miyaye on the drive. Not sure he's got anything on that. Big shout for LBW as he was on the walk, but very quickly the umpire shaking his head and all the excitement's gone. Head in hands from the Essex wicketkeeper Michael Pepper, who's dead in line with that, but we'll get it on the replay, so we'll be able to have a look here. Yeah, it struck him on the front foot, so maybe just going down leg, do we think?
It could have been straying. I think with an appeal second video, I might have panicked and given it.
Panicked? Must be out. They seem convinced. Must be out. Old trigger finger Harvey. Here's Porter into Miyaye once again, and again he's playing into the offside, but it takes the inner half of the bat and goes behind square on the onside, and they come through for a single, 20 without loss. It's like the old club cricket when you're asked to umpire, isn't it? If you're out early, you're asked to umpire, and you don't want to give your teammate out, but the away side put the pressure on you, and you think, oh, they seem very convinced. Many an argument in the pavilion over a beer at the end of, are you sure I was out? Yes, you were.
Never.
You were out.
Fuming as you come off.
I thought I was
never out.
I thought I was well outside off stump. Yeah, but you weren't standing in line and looking at it from my end, were you? Was always my excuse. Porter in round the wicket to left-handed Compton off the back foot, forces out to the offside for no run again. Good start this from Kent, 20 without loss. Not a couple of, you wouldn't say scares, but a couple of shouts from Essex, but no more than that. So I think Kent will be satisfied with the opening that they've made.
They'll be looking to settle in, won't they? Bat long.
Well, I guess maybe that's one of the things the coach will have said. Plenty of time left in the game, boys, for us to have a good long bat. Here's Porter into Compton, just plays defensively out to the offside.
Particularly with the forecast looking quite good compared to last week when I think there's quite a little rain around. I think it's, they'll be heartened by that they can get back in the game.
Yeah, Essex was the only definite result, positive result last week with that win over Nottinghamshire. Everybody else was a draw because of the weather. And
did very well in that fourth innings, didn't they?
set up nicely by that stand between Critchley and Walter in the second innings, and that sort of took the game away from Nottinghamshire. As Porter comes into Compton, just covers up defensively again from the crease, and no run once again. Wonder whether Jamie Porter started to think, yeah, there's nothing in this. No Sam Cook at the other end to partner him. Shane Snater, the other opening seamer, Aaron Beard to come on as well. And then you've got Simon Harmer as the out-and-out frontline spinner, but Critchley, Wesley might fancy turning their arm over as well. As Porter's into Compton, that's worked away down to long leg, where Shane Snater comes in and does the tidying up, and they jog through for another single. Another over goes by, and Kent are 21 without loss after 5 overs. A few helmets coming on for close-in fielders. Might be a drink in there as well for a couple of the bowlers.
And is that Harmer putting a bit of dust on his hands?
It is. It is. And so what are we? 5 overs in, and Essex have decided they're going to turn to the magic man very early.
The main man, yeah, the big dog. Get him on.
No pressure whatsoever. Isn't it funny actually? You'll know this as a spinner. Isn't it funny actually? A green top and seamers are expected to take wickets, but sometimes they can say, well, it looked green, but it didn't play how I thought. But the moment a ball turns, suddenly, well, the spinners should win this game for us. It's an absolute turn. You see it in India. Well, the spinners will win the game, and suddenly all the pressure's on you, isn't it?
Yeah, but we don't like to see it. I sit with the green top, so I've got an excuse, something to fall back on.
Yeah, you all see it. Well, it's turning. Well, just leave it to the spinners. Let them get on. let them get on with it. And here is Simon Harmer. So Beth, you're going to get a really good view of him here.
Yeah, I'm excited. Never seen him. Have
you not?
Flesh? No. And he's in for his first ball, which is to Compton. And he's taken the edge. But what's happened there?
Well, to me, it looked like it took an edge, but the way Michael Pepper's reacting looked like he was going for LBW there, but it kept a little bit low on Compton, didn't it? Yeah, it's the front pad, isn't it?
Might have been pad, yeah. Harmer's in again, and that's defended that time. He's come out with a bang. The main man.
Yeah.
First ball, making something happen.
Yeah, and that's what Kent won't want to see, because they don't want to give him encouragement in that. But he's made something happen. First ball there.
Yeah, through the gate, first ball. In now to Compton again, and that is defended very solidly to a big shout from the fielders.
Massive puff of dust as well as he fell right back into his crease, right back on his stumps, Compton there, wasn't he? And what Kent don't want to do is they don't want to let Harmer dictate here.
Yeah. That's defended again. This time it trickles out into the offside and picked up by backward point. And Harmer's looking to make an impact early here.
And that's what Essex will be hoping for.
Harmer's in, and that is played off the back foot into the offside, but picked up easily by cover. And it's a dot ball.
You notice how the volume level's gone up
in
the field just from that first ball.
Yeah, he'll be looking to join up the dots here with his final ball of the over. As he's in again, and again defended out into the offside as he comes away with a maiden from his first over.
A bit more flight in that last delivery as well, and there was a little bit of turn, but it's so slow. He's going to have to try to find a way here, because you saw Compton sort of follow the spin off the pitch there, didn't you? Just to work it away. But yeah, the way it's gone with that first ball there, that will give Essex real hope, and they'll hope it's put doubt in the Kent batter's mind. But Compton saw out the rest of the over very, very well indeed.
Definitely a positive start from Harmer. I'll just be handing over to Alex now.
Thank you, Beth. Beth will return after the lunch break here. She can go and watch Simon Harmer to our heart's content at the back of the box now. Just lift that laptop up so Alex can get to his various bits of paper. As Jamie Porter resumes from the Hayes close end, and it's met by a firm forward defensive shot from Mayeye. Just in front of us, pushed out for no run. So are we 18 minutes away from the first break of the second day here, BBC Essex and BBC Kent. Alex just moving back in alongside myself, Glenn Speller, Beth Harvey off for a break. And Porter in the distance. In he comes now. 3 slips going crouching positions. Into Miyeye, pushes defensively out into the onside where it's fielded at short mid-wicket. Well, that first ball from Harmer certainly had a few Kent hearts in mouths, didn't it?
Yeah, this was always going to be a tricky 40-odd minutes before lunch. These two have not had the most joy so far in their opening game. Ben Compton got a bit of a shocker. It was adjudged to be out, strangled down the leg side. Didn't get anywhere close to it, but PTSD from him.
Here is Porter in, and Miyeye leaves that well outside off stump, goes through to Pepper behind the stumps.
And of course, Twanda Miyeye, he would not choose to necessarily be here. He'd probably rather Zach Crawley was out here right now with Ben Compton. He's been promoted to open, taking one for the team as Zach Crawley sits out his second game. In theory, he should be around for the next 5 for Kent.
And with respect to Miyeye, and you know, and the Essex members are very pro-Essex, but they probably wouldn't have minded seeing Zach Crawley either.
No.
Just for maybe 10 or 12 overs, and then, you know.
Nice to see an England opener play here.
Here's Porter into Miyeye on the drive this time, with timing, but hits the man at short mid-off, just on the edge of the square.
Funnily enough, forgive me, continue.
No,
I was going to say, funnily enough, Zach Crawley also missed there was a run fest here in a drawn game 2 years ago. And Zach Crawley missed that one as well.
Right.
When Ben Compton, who's out there at the moment, just doing a spot of gardening, he got 129 in a game where I'm pretty sure it was about 1,000 runs and no result at the end of it.
I remember that one quite well. Here's Porter into Miyeye, forces up to mid-on, this time on the walk, but there's no run. 21 without loss. Run rate a smidgen over 3, trailing by 509 runs, but Kent won't be looking at that particular part of the scoreboard.
And that big fat 0 is the thing that matters at the moment, and that will matter for the rest of the day, to be completely honest. Twanda Miyeye opening for the first time. I think it was 22 balls it took him to get off the mark against Somerset, so he's doing better than that already today.
Well, he's facing up to Porter once again and meets that very solidly, almost overbalances on the defensive shot, and as he overbalances, Ben Compton suddenly thinks there's a single there, and Miyeye looks up and sees that he's about a quarter of the way down the pitch and sends him back. End of the over, and it's 21 without loss, the Kent score, in reply to Essex's 530 for 7 declared.
Yeah, there was some communication was a big thing. I think Kent have worked on it. Last year there was some fairly calamitous run-outs at pretty pivotal times. And Twanda Miyeye was involved, I think, in a couple of them, Jack Leaning as well. And communication in the wickets. When wickets are priceless anyway, you do not want to be giving them away against a team that's more than capable of taking them themselves.
Right, absolutely.
Simon Harmer, ball in hand, just adjusting the field. He's down here at the end, named after Sir Alistair Cook, his former teammate. He's delivering to Ben Compton. He's just worked it away down the leg side. He's going square towards square leg and scamper through for a single there. What are they going to name after Simon Harmer when he eventually retires? You're going to run out of things to name after them at Chelmsford. Graham Gooch and Sir Alistair Cook, you're going to need a Harmer something.
Yeah, well, yeah. At some point. You see him returning in sort of 20 years, and maybe he has, I don't know, the burger joint at the back.
Returning, he'd still be playing, wouldn't he? I thought he's 36, something like that. There's plenty left in the tank. He's not even the oldest player on the field. Joe Denley. I was shocked when Joe Denley's not on the field at the moment. 38 years old, Joe Denley. That's extraordinary. As Harmer comes in, he's delivering to Twanda Miyeye, and I thought for all the world that was it. It wasn't. I'm sure, was there an inside edge involved there?
Well, he stretched out well outside off stump there. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure what that's come off. Look at the replay.
I think Harmer's awkward. This is a better angle. From where the ball's ended up, that must have been an inside edge. I'm fairly sure. The next ball was a dot back along. We watched 4 or 5 replays and not entirely sure quite what's happened there. But the ball is well outside of off stump and he's ended up behind leg stump. And,
there's an inside edge.
It must have been an inside edge, and head in hands all over. Harmer back in again, and this one's very respectfully forward on his front foot from Twanda Miyeye, just nudged away. No run there either. But yes, hearts in mouths for Kent. This was always going to be a tricky little spell up until their scheduled lunch break at 1 o'clock. Harmer in again. This one's driven nicely. Twanda Miyeye keen to get off strike, I think it's safe to say. He's just cracked it down towards mid-off and scampers through for a single. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. One of the things when you've got lefty and righty at the top of the order, I suppose, as well, is to kind of unsettle the field. You don't want anyone getting into rhythm too much and making the fielders change position, and umpires as well sometimes. Harmer's going to go from the other side of the wicket now too. As Ben Compton's on strike, got a real close fielder in there. This one's guided away. I think it was heading down leg side, and Compton tried to help it on its way, but it's chosen not to. Straight to the fielder, kind of gully, and there's no run there. That'll be the end of the over. 23 without loss, just the 2 singles from Simon Harmer's second over.
Yeah, no real demons apart from that one delivery to Miyeye, which was an inside edge into the ground anyway. It was well wide of off stump, and he probably could have let it go. But they've had a good look at Harmer now, last couple of overs, to see whether he's getting it to do anything out of the ordinary from what the Kent spinners did previously.
Yeah. You mentioned about players playing against teams they know. That's Shane Snater switching to ball from the Hayes close end. Sorry. Shane Snater just switching ends. Kent did this quite a lot yesterday. Tried all of their bowling options from either end. So Shane Snater in, running towards us. Still with those 3 slips in as he comes into Miyeye, well wide of off stump, and that's allowed to go through for no run. It's the first pleasant breeze of the year, I think, that I've felt. It's, third week of August, of April, and it's actually warm, and so I'm enjoying the breeze coming through the window.
That's nice. Got the sunshine, got the breeze.
Last time I was here, there was snow which had been scraped off the edge of the outfield, and frost and ice, and a little pile of it. It took all day to thaw. Not like that today.
Here's Snater again. Sort of lopey sort of approach that he has into Miyeye. Miyeye on the drive, and he'll pick up 4 for that one as well. Down to the long off fence. Nicely struck shot. On the walk again slightly, but that seems to be the way he plays, and the score moves to 27 without loss.
Yeah, well, that forward momentum went into that ball as well, right out the middle. That's the first boundary for him. He'll feel a lot better.
Snater just over pitching, and you can trust the surface as well with your shots, can't you?
Yeah, I feel like there are quite a few nerves, but if they can just get through the butterflies, the little nerves, the fact it's all feels against them, if they can get through that, then there's plenty here for Kent this afternoon.
Snater in to Miyeye, and this time just awkwardly playing defensively into the offside. Essex was stationed mid-off right in Miyeye's eye line now.
As you and Beth mentioned, the kind of the chirping kind of quietens down a little bit, doesn't it? The longer you're out there and you kind of think, oh, it's not quite going how we wanted it to. And the prospect of, well, what Kent were in the dirt for best part of 120 overs, it's not something you particularly enjoy. If you're an Essex player, you don't want the same fate.
Here's Snater again. 2 slips, have taken one of them out. Miyeye angles that one behind square on the offside, but won't pick up anything there either, as it's fielded by Jamie Porter.
Of course, the dynamic is slightly different because there's no Sam Cook. I think that's probably been the biggest fillip of all for Kent so far this week when they had the news. Losing Joey Everson would not have helped their mood, but not having Sam Cook to think about in the dead of night when you're waking up in the hotel room is probably a good thing.
As Snater turns, running towards us into Miyeye, plays defensively up to that man at short mid-off, and there's no wicket. Now we've got Snater running towards us. We can't see those wonderful orange undersoles of his bowling boots flashing away as he comes into bowl.
They are very fetching indeed.
As I say, he's sporting a shorter haircut these days, and I'm just looking at the screen as well. Beth was right, there is a slight mullet coming through for Shane Snater as well. Maybe that's going to be his summer look.
There's a few of them already on the circuit that I've noticed. Somerset have got a couple of crackers.
Well, he's in. Ball into Tawanda. Yeah, he always let that one go, and he's out LBW. He has a good look behind him, retains his pose, just to check whether he was outside the line, whether that's a misjudgment. Well, it is the latter. It's a misjudgment. He's let one go. It's thudded into the front pad, and the finger goes up, and Essex have their breakthrough. Kent 27 for 1.
Yes, and another, unfortunately, not a particularly comfortable morning. I'm trying to work out how long he was actually out there. Half an hour or so for Tawanda Miyeye. And
LBW
for 11. Yeah, a couple of low scores to start the season. He wouldn't have chosen to be opening. Zach Crawley, in theory, should be back for the visit of Surrey at Canterbury next week, and then he's got all the ability in the world, such a high ceiling, some wonderful shots. He'll be quite happy to bury himself a little bit further down the order again.
So Beth used a really good term earlier on describing Simon Harmer coming on to bowl. She said, the big dog's coming on.
Yeah.
Well, the big dog for Kent is coming in, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Indeed, he's a lot of weight on his shoulders at the moment as well. 7 potentially tricky minutes before lunch, and the last thing that Kent would have wanted, I know Essex were 10 for 2 as you mentioned, they will not have wanted to be 2 down at lunch. This is very much going to the game plan of Essex at the moment, and Daniel Bell-Drummond was hoping to negotiate these minutes with Ben Compton. Ben Compton prides himself on kind of just sticking around and not doing anything too flashy, just being there, and Kent fans will be very much hoping that they are there until lunch, and then well after lunch as well, ideally until tea, to be honest, at least.
Long conversation between Tom Westley and his gun bowler Simon Harmer, but it won't be Bell-Drummond facing, because that was the end of the over, so Ben Compton will face up to Harmer on this occasion. Helmets being donned by fielders to come in.
It's an opportunity to exert a bit of pressure, and it's psychological as well. In comes Harmer, 5 round the bat, comes forward. That's a yelp for effect, I think it is safe to say. As Compton comes forward in defence.
And Dean Elgar, your big winter signing, is under the helmet at silly mid-off, and he's very, very close in.
He is very close in indeed. Close enough for a breath mint, but he's just nudged that one into the leg side as Ben Compton. Elgar, I think, was one of the yelpers when the first defensive shot was played. I don't think it stayed in the air for more than half a second or carried more than a foot, but Elgar is probably only 5 feet away. So Harmer comes in for his 3rd ball. That's another one that Elgar takes with his left hand. Straight to him.
Sorry, yeah, there were a couple yesterday from Parkinson who really tossed the ball up, and there was a man in short cover, and they got blasted at him, but credit to him, he stood up and made 2 really good stops.
That's it. This one's flighted in by Harmer, but just nudged back along the track by Compton. The fact is Ben Compton might play into it, because he's not the most aggressive, flamboyant shot maker. Had it been a Critchley or someone like that, I don't think anyone would be getting quite that close. It's probably a little bit too dangerous. Oh, this one's just jabbed away to point off the outside of the edge by Compton. Again, Essex have got their tails up. They're a bit more vocal in the field. They've got something to work with. They've got that 0 is no longer on the board.
It was a bit quicker through the air from Harmer there as well.
Lower and skidded through and just got the outside of the blade. And he comes once again. And this one's back in defence, back in his crease goes Compton. Respectfully nudged back, and that's the end of an uncomfortable over for Ben Compton. 27 for 1 at the end of it. And Daniel Bell-Drummond will take strike, and it'll be Shane Snater.
Yeah, so Essex have their breakthrough, they have their wicket, and it's now whether they can make another further inroad before lunch. Kent will like this to be the last over before lunch. I think it will be. We're only 4 minutes away from the break.
I feel 2 would be greedy, if I'm being completely honest. 1 before lunch would have been nice in a 40-minute session. 2, just gluttonous. And we no room left for lunch.
A little bit of adjustment in the field. Very daintily, the Essex close-in fielder at mid-off just comes across to be at short mid-on. As Snater comes in and bowls to Bell-Drummond, who plays and misses at his first delivery. There was a little bit of tentativeness in his footwork there. He just replays the stroke, but as far as he's concerned, no harm done.
No, that's it. It's a 1-ball match over and over again for Kent at the moment, just trying to negotiate each one. They don't want to give away any more momentum, because it is firmly with Essex at the moment. Not even thinking about trying to get batting bonus points or anything like that. At the moment, it's just survival. Get through this delivery.
Here's Snater in to Bell-Drummond, who takes the bottom hand off the bat there and just rides what he thinks was a ball which just popped up off a length and guides it down to deep third, and they come through for a couple of runs, actually ringing that bottom hand, so I think it might have struck it as well.
That glove's coming up, I think it was. Yeah. He's made of tough stuff. But yeah, he looks in some discomfort. He was actually wringing the hand as he was mid-run as well. He didn't stop. Ben Compton's coming along. Dr. Compton coming to have a little look.
Yes, of course. Does that look broken to you? No, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
It doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere. So he's back in his crease and the heart rate is reduced somewhat. He's adjusting his gloves and
yeah,
he's ready. Tough stuff.
Snater in again, and Bell Drummond forces past the bowler but won't pick anything up for that as it's fielded on the edge of the square there for no addition to the score. 29 for 1. This is Captain Tom Wesley working vigorously on the ball before he tosses it to Snater once again. Snater, who made the breakthrough. I was going to say trapping Mieye LBW, but Mieye just let it thud into his front pad. It was hardly a trap, was it? Snater into Bell Drummond again. A shout for LBW. They feel that struck the pad first before it hit the bat. But the appeal is declined, and there is no run and no damage done from a Kent perspective. Let's have a look at that one on the replay. It struck above the knee roll and he's coming forward, but it a good shout. But,
it did,
but
yeah.
nothing to convince the umpire.
No, and I'm still not sure there wasn't a bat involved there somewhere. It didn't look particularly good though, or comfortable, or balanced from Daniel Bell Drummond, who will have, in the corner of his eye, he'll have a clock ticking down and thinking, let's just get out of here and just go and have a bite to eat and chat this through.
Yeah, with 2 balls to go. We're at 12:59. A Snater is into Bell Drummond, who plays at that and then drags the bat out of the way, but it was virtually thudding into Pepper's gloves before he took the bat out of the way there, the Kent skipper. Nervy moments for him, and he goes down to make out that there's an offending part of the surface there that forced him to play and miss.
Is your update going to be timed absolutely perfectly for the lunch break, do you think?
Yeah, I think it could be.
Oh, I love it when that happens.
Yeah. Some would say by design, some would say by accident.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Here's Snater then, final ball of this session. Bell Drummond on the walk before Snater delivers that to cover any movement, but it's pushed defensively back down the pitch. Bats are under arms, helmets taken off, and fielding helmets fetched from behind Michael Pepper, and that is the end of this first session. Essex declaring at 5:30 for 7, and Kent 29 for 1, Alex.
Yeah, it's been a torrid morning, I think it's safe to say, for Kent. It's pretty much been perfect from an Essex point of view. They piled the runs on, got their maximum batting points, and have got the breakthrough as well before lunch. It's all gone perfectly to game plan. The game plan for Kent will be to not lose any wickets after lunch, and that is an understatement, to be completely honest. Essex have their tails up, and will want to keep their tails up when they come back.
Thanks for now. Alex Hope, Beth Harvey and myself, Glenn Speller, will rejoin you in just over half an hour's time for the resumption here.
Beat your local dealer with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Next time, you do it again, just catch that and go, that's that.
How's that?
How's what? Let's mic you up. You're a big boy. Anyone think this is basketball or baseball?
Do you mean cricket?
No.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you just sort of turn around and do it again? Just say the same thing. Yep, that's it.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, you stay there. That's fine. We need him. We need him down. Don't worry. If you can just, pop yourself. That's it. Keep going. That's it. Perfect. Yeah. Action.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, the green screen isn't doing it for me. Put him in the jungle. No, that's not. Hollywood. That's not working. Put the website back up.
Cut your monthly payments in half with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you do it again, but actually do a cut shot? That's just like,
You mean a cut shot?
no, you straight down.
Like a wood chop?
Yeah.
Wrong sport, pal.
Right. It's rude.
WeFinanceAnyCar.com. Any car, any dealer, drive away the same day.
Sorry, mate. Why are you shouting?
It's in capitals, mate.
Oh. Yeah, it is.
Our rates will leave you stumped with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Do it again, but when you say stumped, can you just hold your stump for me? That's great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Drive away your dream car with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
Cut. Bit more energy, a bit more oomph. Act like you've just hit the ball and got 10 points.
Do you mean 6?
10's better than 6, mate. Action.
Here's Agar. 2 slips in for Harmer, who works that down to long leg and will collect 4 runs because long leg is very wide, George Garrett, and that's gone very fine. And so the first boundary of the morning.
He's delivering. That one's swatted away. I can't see there's a window away, but it is a 6. Slapped away fairly disdainfully by Matt Critchley over long on.
Gilchrist has dropped it short and it's been pulled away for 4. And that is given the beans, and that has gone just for 4. As Gilchrist is in again, and that is pulled away again, but just evades the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's another boundary, another 4 runs added to the total, and they are motoring along now.
As Denley comes in once again. Oh, he's beaten him and he's gone. Has he stumped him?
Yeah, he stumped him.
Has. That is
Harry
nice work
Finch.
from Harry Finch indeed. Jaden Denley has a first-class wicket.
Gilchrist is in again. That's back of a length, and he has swung away at that, and I think that's gone all the way.
Yeah.
6 runs. And another 6.
Patrolling the boundary.
And that has found the gap on the boundary. Parkinson in again, and that's that. Critchley.
Here's Denley in again. Shorter and quicker. Worked behind square by Critchley, and he picks up his 150th run from 211 deliveries. The Essex run rate is just a shade under 4.7 for all situations as Denley is into Snater, and Snater goes long, high, and into the members area, into the pavilion with a maximum. Another 6 for Essex, 527 for 7 in that game yesterday for Lancashire. Porter's in once again, drops that one short, and it's pulled around the corner by Compton behind square, and he picks up 4 runs, 10 without loss.
Snater's just straight down the leg side there, and Compton has flicked that off his legs for 4.
Sort of lopey sort of approach that he has into Miaye. Miaye on the drive, and he'll pick up 4 for that one as well. Down to the long off fence, nicely struck shot, on the walk again slightly. Ball into Tawanda Miaye. Oh, he's let that one go, and he's out LBW. He has a good look behind him, retains his pose, just to check whether he was outside the line, whether that's a misjudgment. Well, it is the latter. It's a misjudgment. He's let
I'm Umesh Desai. I'm the London Assembly member for City and East London. I'm also director of Essex Cricket in the community. And it's my great privilege to host Essex here this evening. And so today is all about inclusivity, about bringing people together and making cricket the most inclusive sports of all. The purpose of this event tonight, after some discussion, we felt that we should use City Hall, which is the seat and heart of London local government, to promote community cohesion and aspiration, not just in City and East London, but throughout London and in the country through cricket.
It's hugely important. You have to look here. A variety of cultures, a variety of people, a variety of ages. There are people that have come here and said hello to me and knew my dad from 30 years ago at the Ilford Cricket School, and there's some youngsters here who have absolutely no idea that I was once England cricket captain, and they do not care at all. They have literally come to play some games and have some fun.
You see the people that we've got in the room, for example, from the Essex Metropolitan Board, you know, with all the great work that they do. It's just, it's the energy, isn't it? It's the energy that you get. And that's what departs in the end, and people go away energised and more optimistic about what cricket can deliver. Cricket really is in growth mode. Getting facilities and enough facilities is one of our biggest challenges.
It does bring people together. We see that we have far more in common than what divides us, and it all helps in building a cohesive, harmonious society, which is what we all want.
My name is Alex Hode. I'm here on behalf of BBC Radio Kent for this day 2 of Essex's game against Kent in the Vitality County Championship. There you go, as you can hear, Tom Wesley's leading out his Essex side for the start of the afternoon session. Kent are in a little bit more, do we call it a little bit of bother? 29 for 1 after 11 overs of their reply to Essex's mammoth 530 for 7 declared, which they got to this morning, if you missed it. Matt Critchley's maiden 150 for Essex. And Kent have already lost the wicket of Tawanda Miyeye, who was trapped leg before wicket by Shane Snater for just 11, around about 7 or 8 minutes before lunch. Simon Harmer's going to take the ball for the opening over of the afternoon session from the River End, which is now known as the Sir Alistair Cook End. And would you like me to take it? Oh, Beth, sorry, good afternoon. Hello, Beth. You've got sunglasses on. Hello. Would you like me to take it, or would you like Simon Harmer? Because who gets to commentate on Simon Harmer, really?
I'll take him.
Yeah,
I'll take the big dog.
Very nice indeed.
I wonder what they've had for lunch. We've all had about a breeze block size of paella.
A good kilogram, I think.
So
it's safe to say. If we drop off this afternoon, that's why.
Carbo loading for the afternoon session. As Harmer is in. Bowls, and that's cut away through the offside. Won't go all the way, and is just fielded by extra cover for a couple.
Nice sign of intent from Ben Compton there. The first ball of the afternoon, and then an attacking stroke from him. He's moved on to 18. And Daniel Drummond at the other end, his skipper, has only faced 6 balls before lunch.
Yeah, these two will be looking to settle in and try and make an impact here up top. As Harmer's in again. Bit straighter this time and defended. Man at, what would we call that? Silly mid-off?
Yeah, very silly mid-off, I think. Is that Dean Elgar, I think, again?
Yeah, lid on, pads on, fearless up there. As Harmer is in. Oh, straight again, and it's flicked off Compton's pads to short leg, who collected it and had a shy at the stumps pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who that is. Is that Critchley? I'm trying to see what shirt number was, but
I think it might be.
Oh no, 23 perhaps. But yes, it bounced on the way there, and then he had a little flick. That's Feroz Kouchi, actually.
Harmer is in, and that's just played to backward point off the back foot.
But Kouchi, showing he's a young man, contorting in the air basically to field the ball and then flick it back against the stumps, and Compton was almost out of his ground. He managed to recover it, but a bit of adrenaline.
Harmer in, and that's defended out into the offside for no run.
Essex very much trying to apply some pressure here after lunch, knowing that Kent will feel a little bit nervy given the game situation, still 499 behind.
It's quite the deficit, isn't it?
It is.
Harmer straying a little bit offside again, and that's played off the back foot, but for no run.
No.
And that completes the first over after lunch.
It does indeed, 2 off it, and just the 4 runs off 4 overs from Simon Harmer so far. Who was bowling from the other end before lunch? Was it Snater? It is going to be Snater to continue.
Yeah, he had a little switcheroo, didn't he?
He did. He started off down here at the River End, which is now the Sir Alistair Cook End, and now he's going up to the Hayes Close End, which is now the Graham Gooch End. It is just a traditional cricket pitch with 2 ends, I assure you. It's not turned into a square. It's just it's change to recognise 2 of the greatest names in Essex cricket history. Daniel Drummond taking strike, a couple of slips there behind the pipes. Michael Pepper's keeping, and in comes Snater, worked away down the leg side by Daniel Drummond. Fielder's going to come around from long leg to field, just a single there, and restrict them, and the field will have to shuffle around because Ben Compton, the left-hander, is going to be back on strike. He's just had a little stroll up the track and a little prod, a couple of things that he's seen in his mind's eye. There's not a lot there, I'm going to be completely honest. No matter how many times you prod, that is a very sandy coloured track on a sunny day here at Chelmsford. We've got a kind of a thin blanket of hazy cloud, but very, very thin. A lot of vapour trails. Don't tell Matt Letitia. It's a glorious summer's day, even though we're in April. As Compton takes strike, and in comes Snater around the wicket. And this one's heading towards the top of leg stump, and Compton tried to work it away. He's just worked it towards a kind of short square leg, which is Feroz Kushi, and there's no run there. Yeah, very warm. I had a little stroll around the ground at lunchtime. It does feel summery. There's a little bit of a breeze out there, which takes the edge off of the sun, but it's definitely a sun cream day. I'm looking around, there are a few bare heads. It could be looking very lobsterish come 5 o'clock this afternoon, April or not. It's not just the temperature, people, it's the UV you need to worry about. Snater comes in once again. This is very similarly played by Ben Compton to the last ball. Just drop down into the leg side to Feroz Kushi, and there's no run there. Compton, as he likes to do, has a little reset, a little wander 5 or 10 feet away. Now he's heading off in a different direction down the track. Again, a little imaginary something on the pitch. He's just had a little prod out. It could be an insect. It's definitely not the massive cracks that he's expecting. No dragons and snakes that we've seen so far anyway in the first 4 sessions of this game. In comes Snater past the umpire and delivers. Forward in defence comes Compton, just nudged back towards short mid-off. And there's no run.
You very sensibly put some sun cream on this morning.
Yeah, I did my April thing of doing it in the morning, thinking that'll do. And yeah, and then you get to early afternoon and the sun's coming through, probably being magnified against my 5 head. And yeah, we'll see how the day goes. I don't have a hat, which isn't great. Preparation. Snater comes in again. This one's just worked away into the leg side by Compton. No run there. Trying to apply pressure. Kent have just got to take it little battles, I guess, psychologically to start this session. Just get through and over at a time. A little bit more shine off this Kookaburra ball. Quieten the slip cordon down a little bit, and just let everyone settle in for a hazy, warm, sunny afternoon of nothing, no drama. That's the key for Kent, I think.
Yeah, it feels like Essex have the momentum at the moment, and they'll be wanting to squash that pretty quickly.
Snater trying to take even more of it. In he comes. And this one's defended. Just dropped down into the offside by Ben Compton. There's the end of the over. 1 for 16 has Shane Snater so far. The only wicket to fall was Tawanda Miaye. Kent at 32 for 1 from 13 overs in reply. Ben Compton there on 18, and Daniel Bell-Drummond is there on 3. 498 is the deficit. 65 overs left in the day, and the run rate is 2.46. There you go. Any other numbers we need?
I think you've covered it.
I think so too. Simon Harmer, it feels like he's settling in for a long old stint here. I'm not.
It's what he does, isn't it?
It is what he does. I've just got the feeling.
Yeah, this is his bread and butter here.
Mm-hmm.
He's in for the long haul.
What can they name after Simon Harmer? Now the ends have been renamed. What could they give him? Because he deserves something, doesn't he? Give him a floodlight or something.
Yeah, he can have could he have a gate?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
As he's in, and that's flicked away into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Feels wrong to say short mid-wicket because he's quite a lot further away than short leg, but he is actually quite close, isn't he?
Yeah, they're dangerously short.
And Harmer is in, and that's flown off the pad with an appeal, but for no luck.
No,
luck there.
I think that's the plan. That's why he's there. But yeah, that was more in hope and expectation.
Yeah, no bat involved there, but that looked like it turned quite sharply.
It did.
Let's look at the replay.
Yes, that did.
Yeah.
The bat was a good foot away.
Promising signs as the next ball is flicked through the leg side, out to deep mid-wicket, and they will get away with a couple of runs there. As Bell-Drummond adds a couple to his total.
Yeah, Ben Compton, I think, made his mind up for him then, because he turned very aggressively, like, I don't really want to be on strike here. I'm going to get down the other end.
Yeah, that's all yours. And Harmer is in, and this time it's outside off. And mid-off does very well to get a hand to that, diving away to his left.
Is that Tom Wesley? That is leading by example.
Very good bit of fielding. But they managed to scamper a single, bringing Compton, maybe reluctantly, onto strike.
Well, that's it, but it normally, it's not actually happening quite so much, but it does tend to lead to a bit of a change of field.
Harmer coming round the wicket, and that's defended straight back to him.
He was waiting for it to roll, and it did. I think the ball was just running out of its momentum at the end of the track, so that went 21.5 yards exactly.
Harmer round the wicket to Compton. And that one's flown past the outside edge to Michael Pepper behind the stumps. And looking promising for Essex.
You don't sound too happy about it. Yeah, Simon Harmer bowling with his shades on, looking skyward there. Just a little bit of frustration. He felt like he deserved a bit more for that. But 3 off the over. Just the 7 runs off 5 from Harmer so far, and it looks a tricky proposition. I said earlier on, despite being a complete novice, it looks fun to bat out there. I wouldn't want to be out there facing Simon Harmer if my team were depending on me. I think it's safe to say.
I think I'd rather be in the changing room at that point.
Indeed.
With a cup of tea.
Yeah, or on the balcony on a day like today with sun cream on as well.
Yes.
Harmer's,
rookie error from me.
Harmer's taking his place in the slips next to Dean Elgart. Snater continues from the Graham Gooch end. Danny Bell-Drummond just chops that one away backwards. It's actually going to go all the way, I think, because there's a very fast outfield there. I can't see there's a stand in the way. Is he going to haul it in? They run 3. No, it's gone all the way for 4. Apologies. We are kind of blinded by an overhanging stand there, but it was chopped away nicely down towards 3rd by Daniel Bell-Drummond. And having run 3, they get the extra 1 as it hit the rope. And he's moved on to 10 double figures for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Following on from last week when he made a unbeaten century on the last day, which was actually the 3rd day against Somerset of the draw. Snater back in from the Graham Gooch end. And this one is respectfully defended back along the track.
Got a foot to that as well.
He did, yeah. It seems treacherous. You hear all these horror stories of ankles twisting and metatarsals breaking and things like that when you try and do anything with your feet and a cricket ball.
Yes, it doesn't seem very sensible to me.
No.
I think I'd wave it through.
Not as an elite, finely tuned athlete, no, definitely not. Perhaps over the village green on a Sunday lunchtime. But this is the best of the best, the county championship. It's been a long 109-day wait, but it's back. So Snater. This one's just nudged again back down to chopped down towards 3rd by Danny Bell-Drummond. There'll be a couple here at least. I don't think it's going to make the rope this time. No, it is not. And it's hauled in by Jamie Porter. Haven't seen him so far in this Kent first innings. Sure we will at some point. Presumably perhaps from that Graham Gooch end as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond's there. He's on 12. And Kent have ticked along to 41. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of intent to it, but they're just under 3 and over, picking up runs. But the most important thing is the 1, keeping the 1 in the wicket column. Bell-Drummond defends this one from Snater back along the track. And there is no run there. The deficit is still 489. So it's a strange game of survival, really, for Kent. Little bits of little targets, just ticking them off as you get there. But it's very warm, very sunny. The track looks pretty docile. The field have quietened somewhat in the last 5 or 10 minutes. In comes Snater. Glanced away, just got enough on the bat on that one. Hands on heads from Snater. There's no run. Trying to work it away. It was an unconvincing shot into the leg side, I think it's safe to say, from Danny Bell-Drummond. Had he not got anything on it, I think he'd have been back in the pavilion by now.
Yeah, lucky to squeeze an edge onto it there.
Yeah. But he'll regather himself, and Snater is at the top of his mark. Cutting a slightly frustrated figure. He's got the white walls down the side above his ears, and he's got the party at the back. Haircut in mid-season form already. That's defended away by Bell-Drummond into the offside. There's no run, and that will be the end of the over. 6 came from it. Bell-Drummond on 12, Ben Compton on 18, and Kent 41 for 1 after 15.
Simon Harmer resuming what could prove to be a long spell from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He'll be coming into the left-handed Compton.
They're looking at the ball, I think. I'm not sure if Tom Wesley's asking for the ball to be changed. I think he might be asking.
Will the silver suitcase come out?
I'm not sure. They're having a good old look. I presume the umpires goes back to this. I presume they've got the little shape monitor thing. Yes, yes. Whatever was said, it did not involve the ball being changed. They've been told to get on with it.
And Simon Harmer is getting on with it as he's in, and that's cut away backward of point, and it's evaded the fielder, diving away to his right. But they will get. Was that a couple?
I think it was two. Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's had the subfielder on. I'm actually sure who that is. Subfielder because Paul Walter's not on the field, I believe.
So Compton, that's a couple to his tally.
He's got a lot of close company there again, isn't he?
Yes, it's looking pretty crowded around the bat. As he prods one back towards the bowler very safely to the cries of catch it.
There's a slip and there's Dean Elgar and Feroz Kushi.
And that one is defended solidly. Back to Harmer as well.
And you've got wicketkeeper Michael Pepper as well, all within about 15 square feet. So you could throw a blanket on him.
And Harmer into Compton. And again, that is tried to cut away, and I think there was an edge on that as it's dropped at slip.
I'd like to see that again. It seemed pretty excruciating, like it happened in slow motion.
Let's have a look. Oh, quite a thick edge, and pretty much in the breadbasket.
Is that Jordan Cox, I think?
And the next ball is blocked straight back down the wicket.
If you could just do me a favour and turn around, I've got a feeling that's. I think it's Jordan Cox. From a long way away. It's got to be 100 yards away through a tinted window from me at the moment, facing me, wearing a hat with the sun behind him. It's hard work.
Harmer and again solidly defended by Compton, who has got away with one there, I think it's fair to say, and that is the end of the 16th over.
It is. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see for him to turn around. I've got a feeling that it's Jordan Cox, and if it is Jordan Cox, he would absolutely love to have got Ben Compton out court. Old pals, former teammates, of course, no longer. Now adversaries.
And you get the feeling that might just take the wind out of Essex's sails a little bit.
That's the thing, when you do create chances, you have to work really hard for them, and when you get them, you really want to take them. I think it's safe to say it's going to be Snater to continue from the Hayes Close / Graham Gooch end. And he comes. Bell Drummond thought about having a dab at that and then thought better of it, and I think quite wisely got his bat out of the way and went carried through to Michael Pepper. A few oohs and ahs and an intake of breath, I'm sure, from Daniel Bell Drummond, who gets another, it's not another life, but just that little thrill, that little shock of adrenaline. The heart rate goes up, refocus your mind. He's only been there for 18 balls. Ben Compton's already been there for 51. He loves a marathon session, does Ben Compton. He's had one here a couple of years ago. 129 he made. What he'd give for another one today. In comes Snater. This time Bell Drummond does chop the bat down in front of him and just comes off the outside of the blade away towards point. There's no run. Just rehearses the shot again if he needs to do it. There's every chance he will need to do it. So Snater's fired up, the first and only wicket to fall so far. Got to under Mieye, who the all-judged decision to try and pad away, I'd say, when the ball was likely to hit.
Was not
top of
a
off.
good lead.
It was not. In comes Snater past the umpire. Delivers again, just nudged back down to Snater. Oh no, towards Snater it wasn't. It was Matt Critchley, I think, who's fielded that. And there'll be no run there either. 3 dot balls to start. You can still see there's a bit of a breeze. Simon Harmer's shirt is flagging, I suppose you'd say, just fluttering, snapping in the wind. On an otherwise balmy afternoon in Essex. Chelmsford, the home of radio. In comes Snater, defended back by Daniel Bell Drummond. Yes, you're here with BBC Radio Essex, you're here with BBC Radio Kent as well. Maybe joining us from the BBC Sport website or app. Wherever you are and whoever you are, you're very welcome. Someone racing home on a motorbike so they can listen to the commentary, no doubt. We've only heard the one set of sirens so far. We're in the city centre here. Busy hubbub on a Saturday afternoon. Snater comes in again, defended by Daniel Bell Drummond. Following the game plan. There's no need, there's no real scoreboard pressure, it's just playing for time. 487 is the deficit. I don't think Kent are likely to get involved in chasing batting bonus points. 8 points for a draw, of course, this season. It was up from 5 last year. And Kent did have those 8 to show for their opening fixture against Somerset. Essex, the only team, as Glenn Speller mentioned before lunch, the only team to actually win last week. So they are the early pace setters. Could they stay there all season? Snater comes in, just chopped down by Bell Drummond. Towards mid-off, and there's no run there. That's the end of the over. A maiden for Shane Snater. And gets a warm round of applause on a warm afternoon. I've got a funny feeling we know who's going to be bowling this next over.
As Harmer hands his cap to the umpire, as I'm sure he will be doing for a little while yet, especially given that he created an opportunity last over that went down at slip. Cox dropping Ben Compton.
It was Cox as well. I can confirm.
Locked in.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Yeah. And this is a testament to my failing eyesight. I could see that from so far away, given all the odds against me.
As Harmer prepares for the first ball of the over to Compton again, and that is defended straight at the man at a very silly extra cover.
He's actually just taken maybe 4 or 5 inches. He's gone back, Dean Elgard, that time. All he needs is one right in his breadbasket. That will make him back off.
Harmer in again. This time a little bit straighter and defended straight back towards the bowler.
It's tricky to gauge from so far away. I'm trying to... That can't be more than 6 feet away.
Well, I think if I was batting, I'd be aiming at the shins because I would be scared of popping one up. As it's defended past the man at silly extra cover.
You almost want to take an almighty swing because the bat wouldn't be far away from him with a follow through.
Yeah, it could. The bat could touch him. That's a good point.
Yeah.
He's a bit too close for comfort.
As long as it's a regulation size, of course.
Yes, drama for Essex, as that one is blocked back to the bowler for another dot.
That is, of course, it's not an elephant in the room. It's kind of wandering around the outfield, the elephant. At some point, there may be something to come of that issue.
As that was a slightly wayward delivery from Harmer, a rarity. Would have been a full toss outside off stump, but left well alone by Compton, who was probably grateful for a break from blocking it.
Yeah, from concentration. Just for a couple of seconds, he switched back on now.
As Harmer is in again, and that is again blocked, hitting maybe the chest of the man. Actual extra cover. And to complete the over, and that is another maiden, 2 maidens in a row. And you feel like Kent are settling in and trying to establish themselves in this innings.
Indeed. Right, I need to jump off just for a second to go and update the people of Kent, so I'll be back very shortly, if that's okay.
As Alex is updating the people in the Garden of England, we will have another over from Snater from the Graham Gooch end as he's in, and it's blocked straight back to him for a dot to start the over.
Well, it's not quite a war of attrition, but yeah, an interesting point that Alex was making when I was sitting in the back of the box about there's not even any encouragement for Kent to go for batting points here, is there? It's about survival.
Yeah, they've got a bat time here, I think. Settle in, soak up some overs, and it looks like they're doing that with 13 dots in a row. As Snater is in, and it's whipped away to the leg side by Bell Drummond, And they will sneak a single as Fine Leg collects the ball.
Yeah, and up to Essex really to try to make things happen, come up with something, not straight away, just see where it goes for the first few overs after lunch, but then start to come up maybe with some bowling changes, a bit of inventive fielding, just trying to change batters' mindsets and that sort of thing. But yeah, I think I wonder at which point, and you mentioned it in the session before, I wonder at which point do they realise that actually, yeah, this is not going to be easy to wheedle out 10 wickets, let alone 20 in this game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty comfortable for the batters. Snater is in again, this time to Compton. And there's a shout for LBW, but the umpire was not interested.
He barely even looked. He very quickly turned away. It's almost like a, really? Yeah, it's not
From
not great.
where we're sat, it looked like it was flying down leg. Let's have a little look.
Just look at that one on the replay, can't we, and have a little look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going down the side. Although Shane Snater appears that his entire family have been insulted by turning down from his reaction.
That looked like an injustice to him as he's in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Compton and blocked back towards him for another dot.
Yeah, tough work. I mean, tough work for everyone out there, but the seamers in particular, where they're getting absolutely. I mean, Simon Harmer's getting a bit of turn, but it's slow turn. But for the seamers, it's absolutely nothing. And now the Kookaburra Bowl is 18 overs old, and I know people are probably getting fed up with us talking about it, but the players are talking about it after 10 to 12 overs. It's pretty much done as a new ball, really.
Yeah, it's the time to capitalise with the bat. Slater is in, and that is solidly defended by Compton to the man. A short extra cover for another dot. We won't have a maiden this time because we've already had a single through the leg side.
I guess that's the other way of doing it, isn't it? Building up pressure. I know batters like to feel bat on ball, like to feel the scoreboards moving, but if they can build some pressure up. But the odd boundary here and there just releases that pressure. So
yes, Compton already soaking up 60 deliveries. Snater is in, and that is defended again solidly into the offside to finish the over. One from it.
yeah, another solid enough over from Snater. That one shout for LBW, which was going well down leg side with the batter on the move, and heard you and Alex talking about it, about Simon Harmer settled in for a long spell. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl through almost the entirety of the session, to see whether he can just wheedle out a couple, just get a fresh batter in there. So they've then got to settle in. But Ben Compton, you mentioned, eating up deliveries, isn't he? 61 that he's faced for his 20, and Daniel Bell-Drummond 25 for his 13. Still 59 overs to go in the day, but the scoring rate is down to 2.32 now. But that's not Kent's main problem. Here's Harmer in and bowling, and Bell-Drummond a couple of strides down the pitch on the drive, but a good diving stop prevents the run. Out there at extra cover, good stop it was as well. And that was Matt Critchley out there, suffering no ill effects from his long stay at the wicket.
Looks like he's rubbing his chest as if he's winded himself, I think, there.
As Harmer is in once again. One slip in, Bell-Drummond right back on his stumps there. Eases it out to point. And there's no run. Bright sunshine pouring into the box here. Plenty of people with their caps on and hats on to protect their foreheads and heads from the heat. As Harmer very quickly into his stride once again, quicker but more on middle and leg, and that allows Bell-Drummond to get off strike with an easily taken single. He goes to 14 and the score to 45 for 1, so they trail by exactly 485 runs. But it all feels rather academic when you're talking about totals. Harmer now in his 8th over has conceded just 10 runs so far as well, as they bring in silly mid off once again. Dean Elgar has the helmet on. Harmer is into the left-handed Compton, who goes back on his stumps and tries to cut it away. Elgar turns his back on it, didn't know where it had gone, and I think eventually it did hit him in the back, didn't it?
I think it hit him twice. Hit him on the way up and on the way down as he was sort of chasing his tail.
I mean, he's right in the face of the batter there. Dean Elgar, as he goes into a crouching position. Harmer is in once again, and Compton forward solidly back to the bowler.
I reckon Compton can probably smell what he had for lunch He's that close.
He's really right there, isn't he? He's right on the edge of the cut strip. As Harmer turns to Compton, who's allowed to ease that one away just in front of square on the onside, but again he's sent back by Daniel Bell-Drummond. There's no run there, just a single from that over, and the Kent score creeps up to 45 for 1 from 20 overs in reply to Essex's 530 for 7, and that looks to me like Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end / Hayes close end. He's going to come on to bowl. So Tom Wesley giving Shane Snater a bit of a break. And Dick Davis, another member of our BBC Essex cricket commentary team, is in the box behind us. He said, "Did you see the press release about the naming of the ends?" I said, "I did, but I didn't read all of it. Apologies to the guys in the press department at Essex County Cricket Club who might be listening." But apparently that's the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah.
Because it's nearer East London, which is where he's from. That's why that end is the Graham Gooch end. That's why
That
this
makes
end is
sense.
the Sir Alistair Cook end.
And Sir Alistair Cook, I've heard, hails from Great Totham.
Well, he's sort of he's been around as Sir Alistair.
As Porter comes in for his second spell of the day, is this? As it's blocked for a dot for the first ball.
But yeah, that's how they worked it out. That's how they. And I heard you and Alex discussing what Simon Harmer might get in years to come, what they could possibly name after him. So they'll have to get their thinking caps on there, I think.
Is there a long room?
Yeah, not really, not as such. No. But I'm sure they'll come up with something at some point.
We can have the Simon Harmer commentary box. I'm sure.
Well,
as Porter is in, and Bell-Drummond defends that. Picked up by a short mid-off for another dot.
And you get the feeling that's the pattern. Dot balls, the odd single here and there, but say the pitch doesn't really offer any demons, and you almost feel like it's going to be a mistake from a batter that's going to give Essex a window of opportunity.
Porter in again, angling it in towards off stump. Bell-Drummond's managed to squeeze that away down to third man. The chase is on, and that is, who's that done now? Number 29. Shane Snater collects that, and they get a couple. But a good chase, good effort in the field, especially after the long spell he's just completed. As Porter's at the top of his mark, running in towards us. Bell-Drummond tries to flick that off his hip, but misses it, and it cannons into the thigh pad.
Surrey have lost their first wicket, 167 for 1 against Somerset. Now Somerset 285 all out. Somerset dropped Rory Burns, but have eventually got him out, caught off an attempted cut, but a good opening stand there of 167. So they're only 118 runs behind on first innings. Surrey, the defending champions there.
Jamie Porter's in, and Bell-Drummond manages to block that just into the leg side as it's angled in towards him. I've written down here that Ben Compton was dropped on 20, yes, and he's yet to score a run, so it's not looking like an interesting stat. I've made a note of.
And I had a brief glance at the replay. It looked like at the level that these players are at, it looked like a chance they would expect to take.
Pretty regulation, I would say, for a slip catch from a spinner. Yeah, I think I'd be a little bit put out if that was dropped off my bowler. As Porter's in, and it's defended into the offside by Bell-Drummond.
And do we think that was Jordan Cox as well who put it down?
It was.
Yeah.
We have confirmation, yeah.
I'm sure he'll be ribbed about that at some point. Elsewhere then, at the end of that over, Lancashire 34 without loss, replying to Hampshire's 367 all out. Nottinghamshire made 399 all out. Lyndon Jones missed out on a century there. He was out for 96. Worcestershire struggling though, 12 for 2, and they lost the wicket off the first ball of their reply. Surrey 172 for 1 against Somerset's 285. And Warwickshire have declared the misery is finally over for Durham. Warwickshire have declared 698 for 3 declared, and Durham have just started their, in inverted commas, reply. Here's Simon Harmer then, On again from this Sir Alistair Cook end, in and bowling and off the back foot. That's angled away by Compton for a nicely judged single. Shane Snater swoops in, but the throw into Pepper's gloves, no harm whatsoever. Bell Drummond was safely home. The score moves up to 48-4-1. Yes, Rob Yates made 191, Alex Davies 256, and Will Rhodes an unbeaten 178 for Warwickshire. Ed Barnard was out for 3 balls and just a single, so he's the one to miss out. Here's Harmer. Lots of flight outside the off stump. There is turn, but it's slow. And also in that Warwickshire innings, Dan Mousley got himself 55 not out before the declaration finally came for Durham. In Division 2, Derbyshire 131 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 237. Here's Harmer again. And Bell Drummond lets that turn across the face of him and takes everything out of the way, and it's taken by Pepper. Gloucestershire have recovered from 33 for 3 to 109 for 3, replying to Yorkshire's 326 all out. As Harmer midway through this over, he's in again. Lots of air, lots of flight there, but it doesn't drag Bell Drummond into anything other than a very solid looking forward defensive for no run. Sussex lost an early wicket in reply to Leicestershire's 338 all out as well, but they're 134 for 1 now, and Northamptonshire still going against Middlesex 460 for 4. That's the latest for you as Harmer is in once again. It's a bit slower outside off stump, but again it's met with the straight bat of Bell Drummond. Short leg in. Dean Elgar's moved out to short mid wicket now. Still the one slip in for Harmer. A bit quicker that from Harmer, but again pushed back down the pitch. End of the over, just a single from it once again, and Kent 48 for 1 with 22 overs gone. The run rate barely above 2 and over now. Very unlike Essex's 4.5, 4.6 that they were going at around about yesterday, but Beth, the circumstances are very different.
Yes, the deficit is quite intimidating, I would say, and I think Kent are desperate to retain wickets and bat time, see if they can take a bit of wind out of Essex's sails, try and settle in.
Yeah, let's say the instruction probably was loads of time in the game. Go out there and have a bat. Conditions are perfect. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about the scoreboard. Don't worry about the game situation. Just keep going.
As Porter returns for another over from the Graham Gooch end, running in towards us, and Nick Compton facing up, tucking that off his hip into the leg side, and that'll be picked up at fine leg by Snater, and they steal a single there. And the field switching round for the right-hander. I hate that when you're fielding.
Keep
and
moving.
You've got 2 different fielding positions. It's too much for my brain to comprehend.
You have to be reminded every now and then. Oh
Yeah.
yes, I need yes.
Beth, you're in the wrong place. I go, sorry. As Porter's in again, this time to Bell Drummond. And that is again flicked off his hip into the leg side. And they'll get a little single. And everyone goes back to where they were.
There you are, you see.
20 seconds ago.
You note the umpire is not doing that. For the early part of yesterday, they did that when Essex had a right-left in. But yeah, they very quickly changed their minds. That's the 50 up for Kent, incidentally. I would say a ripple of applause, but one person has realised the 50 is up for Kent, 50 for 1. I hadn't realised either. So.
Porter's in again, round the wicket to Compton. And another single down to fine leg as it's tucked off. About the knee roll.
And change again. What you would say about the Essex? Then they're not over-attacking here, Essex. Even though they've got 530 in the bank, then they're not over-attacking. They're not overstretching. It's almost like they're not going to give anything away. They're not going to give free boundaries away or anything like that. They're going keep Kent honest. Don't overstretch and go over-attacking.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy with collecting the dots and building up a bit of pressure. As that is a dot and blocked back towards Porter by Bell Drummond.
It's not making for overly interesting cricket though, is it?
I'm not on the edge of my seat, I'll say that.
We're sat in the back of the box. Beth's got the shades on, trying to protect herself from the sun. I'm behind the closed window, so it's not coming in quite so directly, but I'm sat slightly back just to stay out of the sun a little bit.
I'm feeling slightly like a rotisserie chicken at the moment, with the sun beating down on me. As Porter is in again, And this time Bell Drummond driving it. A nice on drive, but collected pretty easily by the mid-on fielder. And for no run.
Ben Compton crouched down now at the non-striker end, just examining his bat.
I think even he looks a little bit fed up with the run rate. Porter is running in again. Nice and full and straight and defended. Bell Drummond managing to get a bit of bat on that. Looked to be a good ball. A few cries from the fielder.
Yeah, I think there was just a feeling that it might have kept a little bit low, and Bell Drummond did well to get his bat down on it. In the end, just slightly on the walk end of the over.
Yeah, skidding on a little bit there.
51-4-1. So they trail by 479 runs now, do Kent. Bell Drummond on 17 and Compton on 23. Another siren circumnavigates Chelmsford city centre. Simon Harmer inevitably continues from this the river end, / the city end, / the Sir Alistair Cook end. Harmer is in. Silimidov right in the face of Compton, who pushes defensively out to Silimidov, and that is Dean Elgar under the helmet there. Spent a lot of time under the batting helmet yesterday, Elgar, making 120. One slip in for Harmer. And, well, yeah, probably a forward short leg. Here's Harmer once again. Compton right back on his stumps. Puff of dust as he drags that front foot back. Met with a straight bat, though, and there's no run again. Harmer turns, just about to update BBC Essex listeners in the next few moments' time. As Harmer comes around the corner, and that's through the hands of Silimidon along the ground, and there's no run once again. Harmer just inspects the ball, he's tried to get the umpire to change it once. Here's Harmer, here again, a bit quicker, and Compton watches very carefully and dutifully, plays defensively back down the pitch for no run once again. 51-4-1, 4 dot balls so far for Harmer in this innings. Here's Harmer, and angled away by Compton, just behind square on the offside, no run again. One more ball to go for the maiden, for Simon Harmer. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, rubs it on the left thigh of his trousers. Very quickly past the umpire, almost brushes shoulders with the umpire as he tosses that one up again, and Compton defends on the bounce into the arms of Dean Elgar. And even for Essex's go-to man, Simon Harmer, Beth, there's not a lot happening.
No, that maiden says it all, I think.
As even he sort of looked, not dejected, but looked like, well, to try to find something here, try to find a way through, find a way to get something done here.
Particularly after that drop catch. That's frustrating.
Yes.
To create a rare opportunity.
So we'll be updating BBC Essex listeners in the next couple of moments, in amongst all the football this afternoon.
Pete Morris will be your match commentator this afternoon, alongside April Smith.
Porter is in, blocks that. Bell Drummond blocking that just out to the leg side for a dot, continuing the string of dots.
Guess that's the plan, build the dot balls, build the pressure, if you can at all, in these conditions. But it's tough work if you're a bowler. Tough work if you're a fielder who's maybe not even involved, not in the game the whole time. It's tough for the concentration levels.
Porter having a word with, is that Wesley?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe making a plan to make a breakthrough. As Porter is in again to Bell Drummond. Flicked off his legs to square leg for no run.
On the BBC Sport website, and we'll have updates this afternoon.
I think that's a motorbike now going herring down the Southway in Chelmsford city centre. Essex desperately search for a breakthrough. They know there's plenty of time in the game as well, but there doesn't seem to be a great deal of pressure on these Kent batters at the moment.
Porter running in. And that is pulled away by Belle Drummond, but will be fielded by a deep fine leg just for a single. That shot looked like it had a bit more intent in it, a cross bat stroke. It's a slightly shorter ball from Porter.
Yeah, still didn't find the boundary though, so Essex keep the pressure on in terms of that. Just choking Kent in terms of getting the scoreboard well and truly ticking over, but the game's at a point now where something's got to happen. Kent will be quite happy. Essex think they've done the bulk of the work in getting the runs on the board, but it's how do they wheedle out these Kent batters.
And Porter is in again, this time to Compton, who defends on the back foot, just poking that into the offside pretty safely.
Just a single off this over so far, and they've taken out one of the slips. They've got a leg slip in now for Simon Harmer, so I'm just going to update BBC Essex listeners, Beth, in a couple of moments' time, so bear with me.
Essex are searching for Kent wickets on the second afternoon of their county championship match at Chelmsford. The visitors are applying to the Essex first innings of 530 for 7. Glenn Speller is watching.
Yeah, and the Kent batters are making it look just as tough as the Essex batters did for the Kent bowlers, because Essex, just the one breakthrough so far. Kent 52 for 1, the 1 wicket to fall. Mayeye letting go a straight one from Shane Snater and culpably LBW, but Essex have put down one opportunity in this second session of the day. Jordan Cox dropping Ben Compton in the slips off the bowling of Simon Harmer, but Kent fighting hard in this one in reply to Essex's 530 for 7, they're 52 for 1.
Commentary there continues on the BBC Sports.
So that was the end of that over from Jamie Porter, just while I was updating the BBC Essex listeners, and the run rate continues to dip. It's now 2.08 is the run rate for Kent. 52 for 1. We're about to start the 26th over of this Kent innings. 53 minimum remaining in the day. A few people, fielders, having a conversation amongst themselves. 12th man for Essex runs on and hands something to Dean Elgar, who's got his cap back on now, taken the helmet off.
53 overs, about 100 runs at this rate, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the way it's looking, yes. Here's Harmer, right arm over into Daniel Belle Drummond. Slower, loopier, lots of flight on that one. And Belle Drummond comes forward, it rolls up his pad, and there's no run, as it's fielded close in there by Feroz Kushi, who stood there at forward short leg. Here's Harmer again. Again, well outside off stump, and Belle Drummond just thrusts the front pad out and lets it go by through to Michael Pepper behind the stumps for Essex. As Harmer's in once again, and it's pushed out on the onside for no run. Haven't seen Aaron Beard bowling for Essex as yet. He was effectively the replacement for Sam Cook in this game. He's the man stood at mid-on just in front of us. It's Harmer wheeling away, comes into Belle Drummond, who comes down the pitch this time and drives along the ground through the hands of Simon Harmer, all along the ground, and he picks up a very rare boundary and a bit more intent from Belle Drummond there, and the score goes to 56 for 1.
Lovely shot, dead straight through the bowler's legs before. Don't see that very often.
I think Simon Harmer was disappointed he didn't stop that, but he can't blame anyone for that other than himself who's let it go. As Harmer very quickly had the ball back in hand, floats it up. Belle Drummond forward very solidly, right in line behind it, plays it defensively back down the pitch for no run. Aaron Beard is just beginning to warm up now. Another one of Essex's bowling options. Didn't get a bat. So around the wicket now for Harmer to the right-handed Daniel Belle Drummond, and a leg slip in as well. And Belle Drummond swats that one away down to cow corner and picks up 4 runs. That's a safe shot, even though it was aerial. It's a safe shot because mid-wicket's right back on the fence and miles away from that one. So 2 boundaries in that over, and it is 60 for 1.
Yeah, just the signs of a little bit of intent there from Belle Drummond. Maybe getting a little bit bored out there. Maybe he's going to start Giving it the long handle.
Doesn't want to get pinned down, and maybe just feels that he's seen everything that Essex have got and sees now the pitch for what it is, and the ball's getting softer and older, so thinks, well, yeah, if it's there to hit, I will start hitting now.
Yeah, he's given himself a little bit of time after lunch just to settle in, and maybe we'll see a few more attacking strokes and a little bit more intent from him in the coming overs.
Yeah, hasn't been particularly proactive from the Kent batters up to now, but 60 for 1.
As Porter is continuing from the Graham Gooch end, and that's in straight and defended just into the leg side. Picked up at a short mid-wicket for a dot to start the over.
Yeah, difficult to see where a seamer is going to get a breakthrough here. The ball is being worked on, well, let's say vigorously, shall we, by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. He's up there at mid-on, chief ball shiner as well as the captain of this Essex team.
Porter running in again to Compton, and that's defended, flicked off his legs into the leg side, just to a backward square leg. And what have they done there? Run a 2?
They have, yes. It didn't seem like there were 2 on, to be perfectly honest with you. It all seemed a little...
I don't know how that happened.
No, it seemed, I'm not sure that the Essex fielders know how it's happened either, but they pinched an extra 1 there, did Kent.
Yeah, it feels maybe a little bit flat from Essex in the field. I think the body language has certainly dropped since they came out the blocks firing earlier today. As Porter is in to Compton, and that's flicked off his legs just down to fine leg for a 4.
Yeah, there was a hop and a shout from Michael Pepper behind the stumps, thinking, well, I think he's missed that and it's LBW, but no, he got the face of the bat on it and guided it down to the boundary for 4 runs. So 3 boundaries in the space of 7 or 8 deliveries. Just releases Kent a little bit. Runs just beginning to come a little bit more easily for them.
Alex is looking a bit happier over there. A few boundaries.
Long way to go. Long way to go in the day still. More than 50 overs still to be bowled.
As Porter is in again to Compton, and this time it's defended up towards mid-on for no run. And the skipper working on the ball again, trying everything they can to give the seamer something to work with here.
He's trying to get absolutely everything out of it, isn't he? Trying to give his bowlers every opportunity, but the pitch is dead, and the ball after 10 or 12 overs, to repeat ourselves, doesn't do anything.
As Porter's in, and that's just back of a length, but comfortably defended by Compton into the leg side. Picked up at short mid-wicket for no run. And we see Beard having a nice big stretch, getting loose there. If I was him, I'm not sure I'd be looking forward too much to bowling, but maybe he's a bit more confident than I am. Hoping he can make a breakthrough here. As Porter's in again.
Full toss.
And Compton playing that up towards the long on boundary. Low full toss. Maybe the toe end of the bat, not quite timed as it's picked up and hauled back in, and they run 2 to complete the 27th over.
Yeah, Simon Harmer hands his cap to the umpire once again, rubs his hand in the dirt at the non-striker's end, just wants to get that grip, everything possible to try to help his team and try and help himself. But at the moment, even Simon Harmer is finding it tough to make anything happen on this Chelmsford surface, as he has long conversation with Aaron Beard, who continues to vigorously warm up. Harmer very quickly into his stride then. 1 slip and a forward short leg, and Bell Drummond plays defensively back to the bowler, who examines the ball, tosses it in his left hand, wondering how I'm going to get this to do anything. Harmer in again. Slower, Lots of flight on that one. Bell Drummond's not going to be tempted into anything rash. Pushes defensively out to the offside. No run once again. 68-4-1. We're in the 28th over of this Kent reply. Run rate's up to almost 2.5 now. That little flurry of boundaries. Harmer in again. And that has Bell Drummond defensively playing. The ball sort of rolled up the front pad and the bat and drops out on the onside, but there's no run and there's no wicket either.
I think Pepper was hoping that was pad first, but no such luck.
Bell Drummond, such an experienced campaigner. Quicker, flatter from Harmer, but again, Bell Drummond on the walk, plays defensively for no run. He's going through his full repertoire here, Simon Harmer. Trying to pluck a wicket out from somewhere. As he comes in once again, Bell Drummond down the pitch and hits it for 4 runs. Aaron, there was a shout of catch, but Beard was going to get nowhere near that. That was optimistic just because it was in the air, and it goes away for 4 runs. Safe shot from Daniel Bell Drummond, a good one as well, 72 for 1.
He did put in a dive after the ball had gone past, though, just to show a bit of intent, I think, there at mid-on.
Harmer very quickly has the ball back in his hand. Into Bell Drummond, who again shows some intent, whips that one away. A tumbling stop from Beard, but they come through for a comfortable single. End of the over. None for 24 from 12 now for Simon Harmer, and Kent are 73 for 1. And without wanting to repeat yourself, it's just difficult to see where a wicket's going to come from when you begin to think and see how Kent felt as well after that first couple of wickets yesterday morning. You begin to see how they felt in terms of, well, we know what the surface is and we know how much hard work this is going to be, and obviously warmer conditions today as well, which is making it even better for batting. And a change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end, Beth, and we are going to see Aaron Beard.
We are. He's been warming up for a couple of overs. He's been threatening to bowl, but now it's his turn to have a go. Have a go at the Kent batters and see if he can make something happen here for Essex. I'm feeling quite flat out there, so I'm sure he'll be desperate to make an impact on the game here. So he just bowls the ball to his mid-on fielder, getting loose, getting a feel for it. And he'll be starting with a slip and a sort of gully, or wide slip, would we call that? As he's in to begin his first spell of the day, and that's blocked, fielded by the gully. And he started with a dot, a strong start. We've seen a couple of looseners today, first ball of the spell, so he'll be happy. He'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's had to wait quite a while to get into the game, Aaron Beard, as well, so he'll want to make an impression. No Sam Cook for Essex, so Beard came in, and no Adam Rossington for Essex either, so Michael Pepper came in. No Joey Everson for Kent, so Jaden Denley getting his first class debut. They were the 2 changes. There were changes for both the sides.
His Beard is in again, and that's just defended into the offside. Looked like it might have got a little high on the bat, that, to Bell Drummond. But in no real danger. Takes a little walk out towards square leg and clears his head after that one, I think. Bell Drummond. He's looking to show a little bit more intent. A couple of strokes off Simon Harmer in the previous overs. So maybe he'll be looking to capitalise on Aaron Beard here, who is in again, running in towards us. And flicked off his legs into the leg side, but the fielder at square leg manages to collect that pretty neatly, despite his big pads he's got on.
Another one of the day's big innings is over now. Emilio Gay is out for 261 for Northamptonshire, and run out as well. Northants 513 for 5 against Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and put Northamptonshire in there, so similar result they're getting as what Durham got for putting Warwickshire in. Warwickshire 698 for 3 declared. Durham a 17 without loss, by the way, in reply.
As Beard comes steaming in again, bending his back and sends that down outside of stump. Bell Drummond leaving that well alone as it just carries through to Pepper behind the stumps.
Yes, decent enough start from Beard, 4 dots, that sort of whippy action that he has. He's got quite a fast arm as Aaron Beard. Has found it difficult to make regular appearances for Essex over the last couple of years, with Sam Cook and Jamie Porter keeping him out of the team, and Shane Snater's form as well has been very good.
As he's in again, and that's blocked just out into the offside for no run.
To the point that he did have a short loan spell with Sussex. Aaron Beard went off there and got some red ball cricket under his belt before returning to Essex and playing some white ball stuff. But yeah, when you've got the seam attack that Essex have got, it's a difficult job to make your way in. But
yeah,
the way the game is now, you've got to think, you know, that there will be changes during the summer. Players get injured, players taken out of the firing line due to fatigue.
His Beard is in again and defended again to complete a maiden for him for his first over of the day. I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased with that. And I'm going to leave you, Glenn.
Thank you, Beth. You've done a long stint there.
Shift, yeah.
You've earned a break. Off you go.
Alex has been sat there with his feet up.
He's been sunbathing in his shorts, hasn't he? He's had a nice, easy afternoon. We'll speak to you in a bit. Thanks to Beth. She'll return a little bit later on. And end of the over. Kent are 73-4-1 in reply to Essex's 530-4-7 declared. So a few fireworks from Essex this morning as they finally got that extra batting point and then took the score beyond 500. Got a breakthrough before lunch. out LBW'd Snater, but since then it's been very, very tough going for this Essex bowling attack as Harmer comes around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Compton, who's been dropped. The one opportunity Essex created after lunch, and it was put down at first slip, well, in the slips, off bowling of Simon Harmer, and that's the only opportunity that Essex have created since lunch. Harmer into Compton. Compton right back on his stumps, plays defensively out for no addition to the score. Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you very much for having me back. Yes, I've had a nice relaxing time. 2 radio updates in that short 25-minute window, but as I said to BBC Radio Kent Sports Hub, no news is good news from a Kent perspective.
Here's Harmer. And Compton almost in position to play that defensive shot before Harmer had released the ball. And there's no run once again.
The chance, the Jordan Cox chance, it was a very, very tricky chance. He is a gun fielder, as they all say these days. He'll have wanted to take it.
Here's Harmer in again. And again met with the straight bat of Ben Compton, who's 31 not out from 86 deliveries.
Yeah, he was trying to work a little single with a little cut, and that's what it was. It was a genuine edge off the top of the bat, and it went to Jordan Cox's left, spilled it.
This next one is pushed out to the offside for no addition to the score, just to the right hand of Dean Elgar, stood there at silly mid-off.
It was one of those that looks eminently doable in slow motion. However, in real time, never in a million years would I've called that.
This next one from Harmer, slightly on middle and leg, and it's paddled round the corner by Compton, but man at short backward square leg does the fielding, and there's no run once again. It's a maiden from Simon Harmer, which gets a little ripple of applause. 30 overs gone now in this Kent reply, and they are 73-1.
May I trouble you for my sunglasses, please? This is the first time I've needed
to
say that this season. These nearly bit the dust. Kent versus Somerset last week, blown off by a strong gust from the top of a stand. When it must have been at least 80 feet down to the concrete below. They've survived. However, I'm not sure they'll make the rest of the season. But they are needed now for the first time in a very long time.
Okay, did you see the sun at Canterbury last week?
There was a little bit of it here and there. It didn't actually rain. It was very frustrating. A very wet outfield, but it had been raining for the week before the game, I think. Anyway, Aaron Beard is coming in from the Graham Gooch end, and that one is left very comfortably to go through to Michael Pepper by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Ben Compton, even though he's not on strike, is just wandering down the track. It's literally halfway. He's having a little prod at something. He sees things that other people do not see. It's I think a batting track is like a magic eye puzzle to him. He's come up with something, but I'm sure Daniel Bell-Drummond will thank him for calming that snake. As Aaron Beard turns around at the top of his mark. And in he comes again. Just a lick of breeze comes across Chelmsford. That's driven, it's come straight to the fielder at point. It's neatly done. Was that
Snater?
It is Snater, yes, forgive me, 29, I should have known that. Yes, it was on the bounce, so there's no run there. Well positioned field. Trying to cut it away, Danny Bell Drummond, but Snater is one of those triple threats, I think they call him. He can field, he can bowl, and he can give it a biff as well.
He enjoys his batting, Shane Snater.
Yeah, I had a sense of trepidation this morning when he strode out, and did do a bit of damage as well before the close. So in comes Beard. This one's left to bounce through. Pitched up a little bit, that one, from Aaron Beard. He's coming in from the Graham Gooch end.
Lancashire going well, replying to Hampshire's 367 all out, 84 without loss at the moment, and a half century for Luke Wells, 54 from 67 deliveries, so he's not hanging around either.
Been a lot of runs from individuals in these first couple of rounds. Fascinated to see what happens next week, to be completely honest. Get the Dukes out, put the sun away, and then see what happens. In comes Beard with a Kookaburra, which has worked away into the leg side. Dealt with neatly by the fielder at square leg.
Surrey 204 for 2, replying to Somerset's 285 all out. Rory Burns out for 75, and Ollie Pope's gone as well for 11. Dom Sibley 98 not out. A lot of the England players are not
98?
98 from 206 deliveries. The England players are not faring well, even against the Kookaburra ball.
No, that is interesting. Be careful what you wish for, ECB. Yes, another couple of rounds to come with that at the back end of the season as well. As Beard comes in, and with this one, the ball is, 28 or so overs in. So we're 30, or in the 31st over now. Time flies when you're having fun.
If you believe what the players are telling you, so the Kookaburra ball after 30 overs, then it must be like a sponge ball now, as they say, it just goes so soft.
Yeah, exactly. It's like your devoted commentator here. It's getting older by the minute and very much out of shape. They're going to try and do something. Credit to them, as we saw with Nathan Gilchrist this morning. He wasn't finding it easy, but he's absolutely breaking his back to try and get something out of the ball, out of the pitch, whatever he can do. And Beard's trying to do that now. Put a marker down. This one's dug out by Danny Bell Drummond, driven straight to mid-off, and there's no run there. On the end of a maiden over.
Yep.
From Aaron Beard. He's may not have necessarily expected to be playing in this game, but now he's in it. He wants to make a mark if he can. 73 for 1, Kent. Daniel Bell Drummond is on 31. Ben Compton is on 31. Lovely symmetry when that happens.
Yeah, doing a really nice job as well. These two, Bell Drummond just showing a little bit of intent across the last 2 or 3 overs to strike the ball when it's there to be struck. But
I think they chased Mr. Harmer out of the attack as well by the look of it.
Yeah, well, this has happened earlier than I was expecting, but he's had an hour after lunch as Simon Harmer. So Matt Critchley is going to come on to see if he can add to his 151 not out with the bat. See what he can do with his leggies.
I was having not a particularly pleasurable trip down memory lane earlier on. I had to see, I think Matt Critchley got 132 here a couple of years ago and then got 4 wickets as well.
Right.
And that was in a drawn game where runs were very easy to come by and wickets were not. So he'll be very much keen to add a few wickets to his runs as well. Man of the match award is what he's after, I'm sure. Just going through a few looseners. Interesting to see. Tom Wesley can bowl a bit as well, can't he?
Yeah. Doesn't bowl himself as much as maybe you would think.
No,
really.
I always feel that with captains. Like, do you almost not do it?
Yeah. Here's Critchley in then, and that's turned and it's worked behind square by Compton. There's no run. There's a puff of dust as well as that went up.
All of a sudden we're in India. Brilliant. Tremendous. There was one that Harmer had that was like that as well, that a bit and turned and cold shots go through your blood.
Critchley in once again, a bit more turn, but Compton solidly forward defensively, and there's no run. Just looking at the pace, that 47 miles per hour, so it's a couple of miles per hour slower than Harmer.
Now, I've had a question about that today, and forgive me, I can't quite recall who it was, but they were asking, is that accurate, those speeds?
Here is Critchley once again, and a bit more intent from Compton there, but comes off the bottom of the bat, but he'll pick up a single as it goes to mid-on. I can only believe what's put in front of me.
I suppose so. Yeah. There was someone questioning because Wes Agar was going through in the 70s, and I've seen Wes Agar fairly closer than this, and it feels a lot faster than that. I know it's just a number on a screen, but he can be quite rapid, and he didn't seem to be particularly off. However, the fact that it was under 80 was being questioned by some faithful, I presume Kent faithful, and again, apologies for not recalling quite who the question was from, but yeah. It is a very docile pitch, is what I will say. They're not getting anything extra from it.
Critchley over the wicket to Bell Drummond, but that's too full, and he's able to turn that into the onside for a single. 4 balls gone in Matt Critchley's first over. Kent are 75 for 1, 32 apiece now for Compton and Bell Drummond. They'll keep going all afternoon, just keep level with each other.
Like a snail race.
Critchley in. A bit more air to that one, but Compton just plays defensively out to the offside for no run once again. And Paul Walter is not out there for Essex, incidentally, unable to field due to an injury picked up while batting.
I was trying to work out who the sub was.
Critchley is in, and that's pushed out to the offside, and there is no run once again. End of a very quiet opening over from Matt Critchley, 2 runs from it. 32 overs gone now in this Kent innings, and in reply to Essex is 530 for 7 declared. They are 75 for 1.
Indeed. Do you happen to know who the subfielder is?
No, I was just having a little look at it to see who I could see.
One of the many anxiety-inducing things is what if he takes a catch and I haven't got a clue who he is, what his number is, and I haven't got it written down anywhere.
I can only think he's in a very non-prominent fielding area.
Yes. He was at fine leg. I'm trying to remember which end it was from. I think it was at fine leg at the other end. As Beard comes in to begin his latest over. It's driven back down the track neatly by Danny Bell Drummond, but there's no run there. It's getting warmer and sunnier, which is extraordinary, really, for this time of year. It is balmy.
It feels warmer than the 21 degrees that we were told.
Yes, it definitely does. The shorts, I'm hard to say, but I think I may have underdone it with just shorts and it's a string vest day, to be completely honest.
I don't think we need that.
There are quite a few bare heads around in front of me as well that may regret that decision later in the day. Beard comes in. Oh, he's almost been chopped in half as Danny Bell Drummond. There's appeals from everyone on the field and off the field. Not quite sure what for. I think perhaps the top of the pad and towards that top of off stump, but nothing doing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Bell Drummond's reaction to that, and it looks to me as though he's intimating he got his bat trapped in the flap of his pad as he was playing that shot. Just as we watch the replay on our screen here. Yes, yeah, he sort of the bat got stuck, didn't it? Just behind that pad.
Yeah, it was incredibly ungainly and not something he would ever want to do again. Or wish to see again, I suspect. But in comes Beard trying to make it happen again. This time it's driven away nicely. He's picked a spot there between the covers and it's going to run away. I'm not sure he might actually get all the way. He's going to get hauled in on the rope. That's a great sliding stop actually, and limit them to 2 runs. Forgive me, I can't quite see who that is all the way out there, but it was a lovely shot just past the fielder. It is drying out by the minute is the outfield. I did wonder if it might quite just reach the ropes.
Charlie Allison is the Essex substitute fielder, incidentally, replacing Paul Walter, and we now have a diagnosis on Paul Walter, a toe injury sustained while batting yesterday. He was hobbling around a fair bit.
Did he get hit by a Wes Agar Yorker, perhaps? As in comes Beard again. This one's just dotted down into the offside by Danny Bell Drummond. There's no run there. The ball is spun around the cordon.
Yeah, there he is. He stood there at extra cover. Here's Charlie Allison.
Yes.
Had a long stint. Paul Walter off the field for the whole of today due to that injury.
Beard in again. And this one's flicked away just backwards of square on the leg side by Danny Bell Drummond. We'll just trot through, rotate the strike. As you can hear a rattling in the background, which is we've got a window open to try and let some air in and let a microphone cable out. But it's just gusty enough out there to make it annoying. Beth, thank you very much for your efforts to do that. No, we may need to close it.
That looks all right. I think it looks okay.
Well, hopefully, as long as it doesn't rattle too much and make an annoying noise for the listeners. We're here for the listeners. It's all about the listeners.
Dom Sibley has a century for Surrey, 100 not out, 214 for 2.
He took 8.5 hours to make one of those at Canterbury last year, which was the slowest ever county championship century. I think that was 381 balls off the top of my head. His beard comes in, just dotted away by Ben Compton down into the offside. That one kept low and skidded through, but was dealt with by Ben Compton. It was just going to be outside of off stump anyway. That will completely over. A little meeting of minds, and a little fist bump between Daniel Bell Drummond and Ben Compton. How they'd love to be out there doing exactly the same thing come 3 hours later on in the day, to be totally honest.
Sibley's century from 212 deliveries and made in 4 hours and 5 minutes.
That is essentially for him, that's a 2020 knock.
Yeah. Doing the job.
A good effort nonetheless.
Doing the job.
Yeah, it will be fascinating. The first 2 rounds, I'm not sure if it's the very last 2 or if it's just in that block after the August games when the last 2 Kookaburra rounds are. It's doubled this year from 2 to 4 in the championship. It will be a different proposition. We've seen a lot of spinning wickets, or wickets taken by spinners in this last fortnight. I suspect we might see a few more of those at the back end of August and September. But
Here's Matt Critchley from the Sir Alistair Cook end with his leg spin. Drummond just plays out defensively for no run. Sussex in Division 2, 168 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 338. They lost the wicket of Tom Clark to the very first delivery of that reply, did Sussex, but since then Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop have put on 168 and Haynes 99 not out. Isn't it interesting? The top 3 of Sussex are all called Tom.
Yes, yeah. Some wag on the live text has probably used the joke about Tom Go and things like that in the past. Can't imagine who that would be.
Critchley in. Bell Drummond cuts away straight to the man at backward point, and there's no run. Good news for Northamptonshire, for Leicestershire. If they can make another breakthrough, it gets easier because Pujara's in next.
Yes,
and we know what he's like.
Yeah,
you know.
And do you know what his nickname is?
Yeah, go on,
Tom.
Can you imagine?
Good old Tom Pujara.
Here is Critchley in again, a bit quicker with the arm that occasion, but met with the firm straight bat of Daniel Bell Drummond for no run, 78 for 1. So yeah, there's a few players have missed out on the run fest, and it's either feast or famine, it would appear, for top orders in this round.
Yeah.
Critchley in again, and Bell Drummond plays defensively forward for no run yet again, 78 for 1.
It's interesting in a way, just the team selections as well. Obviously Tom Hartley's not been picked, given his exploits.
Critchley, that's slower through the air and a bit more flight. It's driven up to mid-off where the fielding is done by Aaron Beard, and they pick up a single at the end of that. Just the 1 run from Matt Critchley's second over. Figures of none for 3 for him so far, and Kent, with 34 overs gone now, are 79 for 1.
Indeed, the run rate has torn up all the way to 2.32 and over, which is not something they will be massively fussed about. What they wouldn't want to come away from this game is with 2 points, which they got for their bowling performance in the Essex first innings. They don't want that to be the sum of their reward for this week. They will be looking to back themselves into a position where they will get at least another 8 for the draw. If they can get some bonus points, well, that is why they're called bonus points. It would be a bonus. I've got 110 overs, so you think, barring catastrophe, they're setting themselves up nicely here to get something, or at least approach them. As Beard comes in, bowling to Bell Drummond, just work this into the leg side. Ben Compton set off an absolute pace, looking for a single there. That was sent back. Had to turn tail very quickly.
You see, what the Essex faithful have become used to is Essex piling up runs, getting there, and then watching their bowling attack run through the opposition.
Yeah.
But interspersed amongst that, you do get a game like this, and it happened against Kent, didn't it, a couple of years ago as well? You know, just a high-scoring game which just peters out.
Yeah, I vaguely recall as Beard comes in once again, just nudged back by Drummond. I vaguely recall Jordan Cox actually went big in that game as well. That's another one. He enjoys playing against Essex, or has always enjoyed playing against Essex, and I've got a funny feeling he's going to enjoy playing against Kent as well. That was Ben Compton's, I suppose you call it a debutant ball, his first championship game for Kent, and he showed what he's about really, and he's repeating the feat here, just sticking around, nothing too flashy, a bit old school, trying to be a bit of glue for other batters to stick to. Well, Drummond's worked that away nicely. That's going to go. It's got to cut off actually, just for a couple. thought for a minute it was going to flash away past cover. It was a nice shot past the diving fielder. Back for two from Bell Drummond. The fielder sweeping out there. Got around towards deep wicket to haul it in.
You'll tell me if I'm wrong on this or not, but was the feeling that maybe, you know, this stop off at Kent was maybe Ben Compton's final shot at first class cricket? He had a couple of counties elsewhere and hadn't quite made it, and then settled in really well at Kent. And you just meant that first season where he scored all those runs right at the start of the season.
Sometimes things just click, and I think that was one of those occasions. As Beard comes in, Bell Drummond has driven that back past the bowler at the far end. I think that is going to go all the way to the ropes this time. Nice straight drive towards the long on boundary. Nicely timed by Daniel Bell Drummond. Very efficient use of energy there as well. Trotted through for the single. Didn't really need to. That's 4 more to him. 85 for 1. Kent. Yeah, it seemed like a good match. It all went fairly swimmingly. I think he turned up at the back end of the previous year and done some second 11 games after being released from Notts. And he's clearly got everything you need. Certainly mentally, I've not seen many better. Beard comes in. This one's worked away by Bell Drummond. His mental fortitude is pretty impressive to watch. He's a really methodical guy at the crease and kind of off the field as well. But I guess sometimes people need new surroundings to really thrive. And as we've seen with countless other players, a change of scenery can work against you, but sometimes it can really bring the best out of you. And yes, it may have been the last stop on the first class train for Ben Compton, where if you can't get in at Kent, people will say, well, where might have you? But he's really coming to his own. This Beard delivers, defended by Bell Drummond. He was 30 last month as well, which seems a bit strange in that he's got so few first class miles kind of under his belt. But he's a 30-year-old guy, and he'll tell you he's got a lot of energy and enthusiasm, and that is it's definitely the foundation. I think everything's been built on the last couple of years. The end of that Beard over, 6 off it in the end. That nice boundary from Danny Bell Drummond. 85 for 1, Kent. And the run rate is racing away to 2.43.
Almost at 2.5. Dom Sibley's out for exactly 100. Like Tom Lammonby was for Somerset in the first innings, out for exactly 100. Sibley is out now as well. Surrey 214 for 3, replying to Somerset's 285.
I don't really want to change the tone too much, but my grandma passed away on the afternoon of her 100th birthday.
Right.
All that effort to get to 100, got the letter, opened it up, went to sleep in an armchair, and that was it. So I understand Dom Sibley very similar.
Here is Critchley, pushed into the onside by Compton for no run. She got there though.
She did, exactly. And I mean, to be fair, for the last 10 years, the previous 10 years, that was what it was all about.
Yeah. Can I get there? Here's Critchley again, round the wicket. Lots of flight, lots of air. Compton drives back and there's a crowd catch on a bump ball. Don't think he was fooling anyone in the ground.
No, however, I do think there's some PTSD from Compton getting out last week when he didn't think he was anywhere near the ball that Jake Ball got in with.
Bowling in his sunglasses is Critchley and gives that a real rip with the wrist, but Compton works it up to mid-on. They come through for a nicely judged single and the score goes up to 86 for 1 now, Kent, midway through this 36th over. Lancashire 87 for 1. Luke Wells has gone for a half century as well. So there's a few wickets going down around the country, but not here. Critchley over the wicket to Bell Drummond. That bounced a little bit, but so slow. Allows Bell Drummond to wait for it and ease it into the onside for another single. Thrown in very vigorously to Michael Pepper by Feroz Kushi. He very quickly tucks the cap into the rear waistband of his trousers, dons the helmet to come in at forward short leg for Compton.
This is his punishment for yesterday.
Critchley in. Oh, now that looked like the googly to me. It looked like the one out the front of the hand to me.
Yep.
And Compton gets the bat down on it and plays it away.
That shows the concentration. You see, afternoon like this, you get lulled into a full sense of security.
Yep.
I wonder if they show replay. I don't think they are.
But yeah, it looks like it came out the front of the hand. So the one that goes on. Critchley in once again. That does turn. A puff of dust as Compton drags his feet across in front of off stump and works it into the onside on the bounce, fielded by Kushi. It's the end of the over though. No damage done for Kent, and they are 87 for 1.
Kushi might have done a bit of damage. I think it was a good stop at the end, falling down to his right. At very close quarters indeed.
It's the thing, you go on about being sort of a bit soporific and a bit quiet out there, but if you're a fielder in close, you've got to be fully concentrated.
Yeah. That is the adrenaline is pumping. His reward for that is to go and field at deep square.
Thanks for that.
Just go and calm your heart rate down for 10 minutes. It's not a change of bowler, is it? It's still Beard, but they aren't realigning the field settings.
Yeah, none for 9 from his 4 so far, Aaron Beard.
He's asked a couple of questions, but also offered up a couple of opportunities to tick the scoreboard over. Critchley's being sent down towards 3rd.
The deficit, incidentally, is 443 runs, but that's almost kind of become sort of, a mere statistic in the game.
Never tell me the odds. No. It's a little game of time, really. 36 overs in, that ball is getting older. That's what Kent will want to see. Beard trying to get something with it. It's pulled away by Daniel Drummond. I think it's fielded down at long leg. Not really sure who that is down there.
That is Charlie Allison down there.
Charlie Allison, good stuff. And return to the bowler, just a single there to rotate the strike. Ben Compton will be back on it. So Michael Pepper behind the stumps, and Simon Harmon's hanging around at kind of 2nd or 3rd slip. We've got Critchley down at 3rd. For the most part, the field is spread quite wide.
Yeah, it's pretty much what Kent were doing yesterday afternoon, just keeping enough people in catching positions, but also looking to protect a little bit as well, and just keep the boundaries down and maybe frustrate a little bit more.
Yeah, and if you move them, you're kind of changing the picture for the batters every time as well. As Beard comes in again, that was a bounce through, got a little bit of extra leap. He's thrown himself into the track as Aaron Beard. Ben Compton let it sail past his shoulder, and it's outside of his off stump as well. Is that with no ball for height, or is it an overstep?
Well, I think he was just shown, was that the one for the over?
Oh, possibly.
100% sure.
He was very flamboyant with it, and I do not thank him at all for that.
He's covered in dirt, his Aaron Beard, now on the back of his shirt.
His mum won't be happy when he gets home.
No. You know how difficult it is to get grass stains out?
Exactly. In April as well.
Yep. They've got to see you through the summer.
These elite athletes, they get swag thrown at them on a daily basis. I'm pretty sure he's got 7 pairs in his car. He comes again, this one's worked away by Ben Compton off his hips, down into the leg side behind back. Ooh, nice shy at the stumps. Daniel Drummond thought about taking the opportunity. It was that Dean Elgar that went to field it and then returned it. He must have had a stump and a half to aim at, but he hit it. Drummond was in his ground and thought about turning for some overthrows. It would have been a bad idea.
Just looking at it, so it's either 340 or with 32 overs to go for tea today. Still got 9.5 overs to go until we hit that point of the day.
So you've pretty much just established what Kent's game plan is at this point. Just tick them down, keep the field moving around, concentrate on every ball. This is the absolute glory of county cricket.
No, I think Kent will be. They won't be well pleased, but they'll be very satisfied with the way they're getting this job done at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too. This Beard comes in, Drummond on strike. That one's worked away off his in front of his pads into the leg side. There's no run. Fielded at mid wicket. If you'd said it will rain for 4 days and you get away with a draw, I think Kent probably would have taken it. That sounds awful to say. Fans and commentators, whoever you are, it sounds awful to say, but realistically, Essex are going to be in the top 2 or 3 teams. Kent are probably going to be in the bottom 3 or 4 teams if we're being completely neutral and realistic about it. And a result here, any kind of result, is a good result, I think it's safe to say. So in comes Beard. That was bowled away square towards the deep square leg boundary, straight to the fielder there by Daniel Drummond. So it's just a single, an easy single as well.
But think of the badge of honour and the confidence it will give Kent. If they get out of this, if you end up with 4 days full play, which looking at the forecast you're probably going to, and they get out of this with a draw, having been under the pump for 95% of the game so far, apart from the opening sort of 10 overs yesterday morning, you come out that with a badge of honour and think of the confidence that will build.
Hypothetically, were those events to all happen, yes, I absolutely agree. I do not want to tempt fate on their behalf, but yes, very much so. To follow up an imposing 530 for 7 with something approaching that, as Beard comes in, ducked by Ben Compton. Making sure those knees are working. They are. Takes his cod liver oil. That's going to be the end of the over. Yeah, 530 for 7 is enough to make you a bit nervous, particularly when you do lose a wicket in that early session before lunch. Had, for example, Ben Compton fallen to that half chance for Jordan Cox straight after lunch, all of a sudden you're 2 down, whatever, 30, 40 on the board, then things start to really get a bit shaky because there's a lot of pressure. It's in the back of your mind, that itchy kind of, oh, I can't go as well. The flurry of wickets, it's a collapse, and then it turns into, oh, where's the follow-on? And then it turns into, oh, we've lost by innings and 260 runs, which is, I believe, what happened last year.
Okay, so the Matt Critchley, well, I'd say experiment, but the Matt Critchley stint is over, and Simon Harmer is coming back on. 13 overs, 5 maidens, none for 24 so far for the South African. And
I wonder if he saw a bit of spin and turn that Critchley got and thought, oh, I'll have a bit more of that, actually. Maybe I'll come off too soon, I'll go back.
Just a couple of warm-up bowls to his captain, Tom Wesley. Feroz Kushi is back under the helmet, forward short leg. And still the one slip for Harmer as well. Now, can he prize one of these two out? Daniel Bell-Drummond is on strike, 45 not out, as Harmer is into him. Lots of flight there, and Bell-Drummond thrusts the front pad at that one, and shouts of oohs and ahs from Jordan Cox behind the wicket, but yeah, not this time.
And that's just the stuff you can hear. I suspect there's plenty going on back there that you can't hear.
As Harmer, very careful and deliberate in his approach, comes in once again. That's shorter and flatter. Bell-Drummond well outside his crease, thrusts forward again. This time meets it with the straight bat for no run.
Forgive me if you covered this topic yesterday, but Jordan Cox does not appear to have wicket-keeping gloves on his hands at the moment. Michael Pepper does. Why?
Yeah, no, he's in as a batter. Adam Rossington would have played as the wicket-keeper in this game as well. As Harmer comes in once more, down the wicket comes Bell-Drummond. He'll pick up a single here as Aaron Beard cuts it off and tosses it back in to Pepper. And, yeah, Essex do have wicket-keeping options open to them. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the white ball stuff when they're all available. I mean, Rossington will probably go after the 100, Cox likewise as well, and Pepper does play white ball stuff, and in fairness, Michael Pepper plays in the white ball stuff just as a batter as well, so you know, it is kind of a wrestling match for the gloves in the various formats.
It's interesting. He's obviously been involved in a similar situation at Kent as well, and I was kind of surprised.
Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, plays defensively, just evades the left hand of Elgar on the bounce, no run.
What he is an effervescent, whatever he does, he's bouncing around and he's athletic, his reactions are extraordinary, and he's a very competent keeper or fielder.
Here's Harmer. Slower, a lot more flight in that one. It turns off the pitch, but Compton watches it very carefully. The turn is so slow, another puff of dust goes up, but there's no run and there's no wicket either for Essex. Durham have lost their first wicket, 42 for 1, in response to Warwickshire's 698 for 3 declared.
It's the worst toss ever.
It's Harmer in once again. That's on leg stump, worked around the corner, but there'll be no run there either. And that's the end of another Simon Harmer over, the 14th that he's bowled, none for 25, and Kent are 91 for 1. Yeah, just on Jordan Cox, he almost sort of got that like Ben Stokes-ish stuff about him, in that, you know, he's in the game. It doesn't matter what it is, fielding, whatever, he's in the game, always involved and always wanting to be involved and right at the forefront of things as well. That sort of cricketer. Yeah,
I mean, it works off the field as well, in terms of if he's in the room, and it can be the biggest room in the world. If he's in it and you're in it, you'll know that he's in it. He's one of those larger than life characters. As Kent are probably finding, you probably quite enjoy it if he's your teammate, and he can be a nightmare if you're playing against him. You see what we have here. That is Beard continuing, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Thank goodness for that. My eyes are failing as the light actually improves. Some planes are skidding above us. Hazy sunshine. As Beard comes in, Daniel Bell-Drummond on strike. This one's worked away from the front of his pads out through mid-wicket. That's just an easy single. No need to sprint at all. Just trotting through. Summer stroll on an April day. It's supposed to be winds and showers, isn't it, still, this time of year, rather than this?
It's supposed to be like it was last week.
Yeah.
For the rest of the month, but yeah, you and I both know that the weather is changing and the weather patterns are changing. You know, who would have said 10 years ago that a county championship season would go into the final week and, you know, sometimes the final day of September?
Well, absolutely. The final hour of September. It was a nervous September afternoon last year. I heard actually that Great Wakering is drier than Riyadh today. I'm not sure if
it's always drier than it's drier than anywhere else. It's the driest place in the UK. So you can just write that one down.
So I've got today
one out every
the
now and
home
then.
of radio and also Great Wakering, and I'm sure I'll pick up some more tidbits throughout the course of the afternoon.
It's an education. You're glad you came now, aren't you?
I was always glad I came anyway. No matter how badly things are going on the field, I'm always glad. Who gets to do this? What a treat. Right. Absolute joy. You're very welcome to BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport website and app as well. As Beard comes in, he's bowling to it's Ben Compton, who ducks underneath it. Another bouncer. The hand goes up from the umpire again. Entirely sure, was that?
I think it's the one for the over as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the one for the over.
It's the flourish to it. It just
it
makes
almost
things look
looks,
like a no ball.
If you catch the end of his signal when he does, so he taps his shoulder and then he puts his hand, putting his arm out as though he's telling everybody. But it then looks like a no ball.
Yeah, this is why I'm not. I'm barely a commentator. I'm certainly not a scorer. In comes Beard, and this one's just dotted down into the offside by Ben Compton, and picked up and whipped around through the slips. And it will find its way eventually back to the bowler.
Division 2, Northamptonshire have declared 552 for 6. Middlesex 3 without loss. James Sales got 113 for Northants after Emilio Gay made 261.
They tied last year in Division 1, I believe. It was the first tie for quite some time in the county championship, those two teams, and they're doing battle again in Division 2 as Beard comes in. And Ben Compton allows that one to hit him almost off the lower back / hip area.
I was about to say, I'd be surprised if this run is allowed, because he didn't offer a shot at
he didn't.
And he sort of looked up and I'm like, what are you doing?
No, it was an odd one. Almost a twerk, I want to say, really, at it. They did a loop over Simon Harmer and away for, well, in theory, one run, but not. He's been sent back, so he'll probably have a little bruise to show for it and no run. An odd one. Here comes Beard, trying to set it straight. A similar delivery this time. Ben Compton just allows it to scoot behind him. Didn't thrust any part of his anatomy at it, and it's just a dot ball. See, every delivery tells a story. You can look at a scorecard and you would never have known that happened.
No, you can read part of the story from a scorecard, but it won't tell you if someone was dropped 3 or 4 times during their innings.
No, this is why we rely on commentators to send in useful information to the Sporting email address.
It won't tell you that Ben Compton was hit on the rump.
No, true rump, great word, should have used that. Defended by Ben Compton using his bat this time, and Aaron Beard just stands there, gives him a little glance back along the track, and Compton will just walk off and have a little conversation with Daniel Bell Drummond as the shadows start to lengthen ever so slightly.
Just looking at that last delivery from Beard, I mean, you're saying, is it accurate? 78.8 miles per hour apparently. So getting up there to sort of around the 80 mark.
It is, but it does feel that he's putting a lot of effort in. But yeah, maybe I'm not going to start a conspiracy saying that they're making it seem like the Essex bowlers are bowling faster than the Kent bowlers. On another track, I think it would be safe to say that that might have been scooting through at 80 plus.
Durham have lost a second wicket, 45 for 2 now against Warwickshire. Colin Ackerman's gone for a 4-ball duck.
Oh, that's his first
big for his new
club as well.
His debut, for Durham. Moving up from Leicestershire alongside Durham, who moved up from Division 2 last year.
I thought they'd be all right. I thought top half Durham, so much momentum, good players.
I'm up there in a couple of weeks' time as Harmer comes on again. His first ball of this next over is met defensively for no run.
Will you be on the quayside with Martin Emerson in the evenings?
Oh, I'm sure, yes. I'm sure Marty will entertain me. Harmer around the wicket into the right-handed Bell Drummond, who works out in front of square on the onside and comes through for comfortable single. The score goes to 93 for 1. Bell Drummond up to 48 now from 98 deliveries. Compton 34 from 110.
It's a bit cruel actually for Durham that they waited 8 years to get their moment back up and then have it completely washed out and then go to Edgbaston and have 600 put on you. It's a bit of a baptism of fire, I guess.
Harmer just adjusting the field. Well, actually, no, adjusting the field. He's waiting for the man at Silimidov to put his helmet back on. That's Dean Elgar. Make sure he's safe. Harmer is in once again. Hurried sort of defensive shot from Compton, no run.
Forgive me, I did listen to as much as I could yesterday, of course, because I enjoy doing that when I'm not working. Did Matt Cole or yourself mention the fact that... Oh, well, I'll wait for Harmer first.
Oh, I'm intrigued now. Here's Harmer in, that's pushed defensively for no run.
So Elgar is also the name of a composer.
Yes.
A very, very famous old composer. Elgar was born 2 years after the last time a nephew and uncle played a first-class cricket game together.
Now, as Harmer comes in and bowls, and that's pushed back down the wicket for no run, I believe that the very well-researched Mr. Cole mentioned that.
Did he?
I think he did.
He read the same WhatsApp that I did.
Very early on. He was. I think he was almost pushing us out of the way to get to the microphone to mention that.
I mean, that is fantastic.
Look at the research I've done, he said. Here's Harmer in. Lots of air and flight to that one, but pushed out defensively for no run, and Kent at 93 for 1.
See, it wouldn't have worked if Sir Alistair Cook hadn't retired, because Dean Elgar wouldn't be here, let's be honest. No. And none of this would have happened, so it's perfect. Right. The butterfly effect of that decision has led to that amazing stat and fact.
That somebody, somewhere was able to go, been waiting for years to use this. Yeah. I can trot this one out now as well.
Wonderful.
See, I thought you were just going to say, did you get mixed up with Agar bowling to Elgar yesterday?
Oh, no, because
someone as simple-minded as myself, you were just like, need to make sure.
No, absolutely not. That's it. It's continuing from the Graham Gooch end.
40 overs gone in this innings now, 93 for 1. Tough going, I think it's fair to say, for everybody.
I mean, this is absolutely joyous. It could be worse. I've sat and watched the rainfall for many days. At the moment, things are going okay. Kent would never choose to have given up 530 for 7 declared in the first 4 sessions. However, that's the situation they found themselves in, and they have recovered encouragingly, I will say, to reach 93 for 1 from those 40 overs. Seeing as Antoine de Millet, one of their brightest hopes, was lost, I think it was about 7 minutes before lunch. Beard coming in, trying to double that tally. This is cracked away, cut nicely through the gap, past cover by Daniel Bell Drummond, and that's going to be hauled back in. It is indeed. It was neatly done. There is a ripple of applause, which is Daniel Bell Drummond's 50. That's why carved away.
Strike rate of almost exactly 50%.
Yeah, 99 balls.
Yeah, played well.
He has indeed.
Tom Haynes has got a 2nd century of the season for Sussex in Division 2 against Leicestershire.
It's 5 fours in that half century for Daniel Bell Drummond, who's followed up his 100 against Somerset. Trying to add to it here, but Aaron Beard's just scudded one past, I'll call it 5th stump. And Bell Drummond rehearses the shot he would play if that happened again.
Daniel Bell Drummond and Ben Compton are thinking, this is a good opportunity to really boost our averages. Get plenty of runs on the board here, loads of time in the game to bat. The result is, unless something pretty spectacular happens, the result already looks like a draw.
Yeah, I feel very uncomfortable with you saying that as Beard comes in and Bell Drummond defends. Oh, he thinks about a single. There probably was one there, but Ben Compton was not on the same page at all, and it would have been kamikaze stuff. No need for that whatsoever. Stay in your box. Yes, I'm one of those naturally slightly pessimistic people, because I've seen all kinds of horrendous things happen to upset things that, it's a nailed-on draw here. Oh, no, it isn't. So I'm not going to tempt fate. I'm saying it's fine at the moment. Bell Drummond playing very nicely, just as he did in the 2nd innings last week as well. He slapped that one away nicely. That's not going to get caught. That's right through the covers. disdainfully slapped almost, short pitched from Beard and away for 4. This is 6-4.
Yeah. That was, as you say, disdainful. I mean, he just stood there, hit it, didn't even bother looking to see where the ball was going because he knew it was 4.
Yeah. Right through the covers. There was a decent sized gap there, and the technique, didn't really need the technique to get the ball to go where he wanted it to. Just have a swing, played through it to the rope. He's on to 54. That fire Beard up a little bit. And he comes past the umpire's shoulder. And this one is another one that's just a couple of stump widths outside of off stump. Danny Drummond allows that to go through to Michael Pepper. But yeah, there was a very decent stand between Joe Denley and Daniel Drummond last week. I think 190 off the top of my head against Somerset on that final day, which was kind of the third day, to calm any slight nerves about possibly being bowled out twice. And the pitch was very docile then as well. The ball softened up nicely, and they certainly did cash in. Looking to do the same again here. Beard delivers. This one's worked away down the leg side by Bell Drummond down towards fine leg. Ball's returned to the middle. Another single off the over. Some enthusiastic applause, and that is Kent's 100.
Yep.
Which has come up in the 41st over.
The 50 came up was barely noticed. I think people were still in a post-lunch daze a little bit.
But the paella, perhaps, that's what it is. Just all that rice.
Oh, see, I told you the paella would be good.
It was a good recommendation, I must say. It was a nice stroll to go and get it too.
I do miss the
curry.
The vegan Thai curry is very good here, but yeah, it hasn't been on the menu so far this summer.
So we have.
If anyone's listening,
well, I want the curry back at the at 2020, please, at Canterbury. And if anyone's listening, it was possibly the best curry I've ever had last year. So I don't do this. I do a little bit of everything. Sometimes I do the PA at Canterbury when Steve Watts, who's the proper person, isn't around, and that's the treat. You get the curry to keep you going while you're trying to announce all the stuff at a 2020, which that is hard work.
Right, Simon Harmer very quickly into his bowling stride again, into Bell Drummond, pushes forward, and Harmer almost flops to the ground.
He's 36 years old. He's going to feel that in the morning. I'm pretty sure. He went down in instalments.
Yeah. Years left in him yet. Here he is. Bell Drummond in that crouching position, pushes forward defensively. Harmer this time able to stay upright to make the stop. No run.
I should know this. How old is Elgar?
I want to say 34, but he might be a year younger, year either side of that.
I'll try and find out. You've got Elgar, you've got Joe Denny, you've got some real good cricket brains and skills.
This next one from Harmer has Bell Drummond playing from the crease into the onside, and he'll come through for a single. 101 for 1 is the score.
Ooh. Now, if I had the organisational skills, I'd try and do a little sweepstake here. But he's the second oldest of those three that we've named. He's older than Simon Harmer. Is Dean Elgar.
Really?
36. It's actually 37 in June.
Doesn't look a day over 34. Left-handed Compton on strike now. Harmer's into him. Compton pushes forcefully, defensively. And there's no run, as it is Elgar who makes the stop.
You stop counting after 30 anyway, isn't that right?
Well, I stopped a long time ago.
I will stop when I get to 30.
Yeah, of course you will. There's Harmer again. On the back foot, Compton is cutting away in front of square, and he'll certainly pick up 2 here as he turns, and that will just be the 2 as well, as Snater gives chase and catches up with it. 103 for 1. Harmer inspects the ball as it tossed back to him, just dropping a little bit short on that occasion. Allowed Compton to free the arms. He goes to 36 now. Overtaken by his captain, but that won't bother him. Here's Harmer. Compton pushing out into the onside. An attempted diving stop by the man at forward short leg. Doesn't get there, but there's no run, and Harmer's through another over, just the 3 from it, and it's 103 for 1.
I suspect the thing for Ben Compton will be he's faced more deliveries than Bell Drummond. He's on 117 balls he's faced, and Danny Bell Drummond's only on 107. But he takes some pride in that, in sticking around and facing a lot of balls, tiring out the bowlers, rotating the strike, grinding them down into submission. That's the plan, I think. It's This would appear to be a change of bowling. Is that Critchley switching to the...
it is, yes.
To the Graham Gooch / Hayes Close end.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to recall which end he was bowling. I think he was at this end when he got his 4 when he played Kent in the last time.
I've got a feeling I've got a feeling he does the bulk of his bowling from this end.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not completely making it up in my mind.
But everybody's done this game. Every bowler's switched ends, just see if they can find a lucky end. You know, something might happen one end that didn't happen at the previous.
Yeah, we only have one batter at the moment because Ben Compton's taken a stroll over to the edge of the square. He's 10 tracks over. He's halfway to the pavilion. He wants some kind of an equipment change.
A change of bat. It is.
Yeah, it is a change of bat.
He was examining it a few overs previously at the non-strikers end. He was having a good look at it, but
seeing if it was big enough.
Well, or too big if you're for Rose Cushy. Yeah.
Is that why you left it yesterday? I don't want to be told off for using the bat again.
You do wonder how it can happen, don't you?
It will be fascinating. What you don't want is for that to be hanging around. Without talking too much about football, you don't want a Premier League situation where you're randomly getting points taken away or given later in the season. Anyway, Critchley comes in. Danny Bill Drummond is on strike. He's punched that one square into the offside, and now towards cover, and it's fielded with no run added. Ball's back into Critchley. Just tosses it up to himself into his stride, and that one's cut away and dealt with by the fielder at point. And that is Elgar returned in to prevent a run. Bill Drummond set off as if he wanted one.
You would think, you know, the officials governing cricket in this country would have something in a rule book somewhere.
That one's bounced through by Critchley, left well alone by Danny Bill Drummond. It was high and outside of off stump.
Which just says if this happens, this is the punishment.
Yeah, indeed. Critchley, and once again, this one is pitched up and is pulled away. I'm not sure it's going to be. It is going to beat the field out all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bill Drummond, that's the 7th 4 for him. It was pitched up a little bit short. It was there to be hit, and he didn't need a second invitation. 107, and Bill Drummond on to 60. And Critchley's 4th over. This is. He had 3 from the other end. He's offered up a boundary. He's going to try and make amends now, and he comes. And forward comes Daniel Bill Drummond, just squirts away into the leg side, and there'll be no run there. Fielded by Feroz Koushi. Yes, what you want is to know exactly the level playing field before the start of the next game, ideally.
Yeah,
I would say. This one's punched away by Bill Drummond, straight to the field at no run there. End of the over. Kent on 107 for 1, with Daniel Bill Drummond on 60 and Ben Compton on 36.
I guess you could look at it, and maybe they might look at it and say, well, it's an oversized bat, so do we take the batting bonus points away, or you know, what do we do? You know, do we give him a rap on the knuckles and say don't do it again? Or
has there been a precedent for it elsewhere? That would be normally where I would go for. If it's happened before, what was the punishment before? I don't think immediate relegation to Division 2 is a realistic outcome, as much as Kent fans might enjoy that.
Yes.
I'm sure nobody wants that. You want games to be settled on the pitch.
Right, there's a meeting of minds at this end. The ball has been passed to the umpire once again, who is inspecting it. He's chatting more than doing anything. He's got the...
This is the second time that...
He's got the measure out. It goes through. Get on with it.
Yeah.
It's not egg-shaped in any way, shape, or not like the old net balls you used to use. I've got the balls out for the nets. I can't possibly even hold that. Well, yeah, but we're not giving you new balls to bowl within the nets. Used to be at my club. Harmer's been handed the ball back.
Yeah, asked the question twice, told no twice.
Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Compton is in now. Compton on the back foot, cuts away and will pick up a couple, possibly 3. I don't think that's going to make the rope. I think Snater got a little piece of the ball, and yeah, good running. They do pick up the 3 runs for it as well. 110 for 1. The Kent score now. Brings the right-handed Bill Drummond back onto strike. Compton goes up to 39 now, and the run rate over 2.5 and over now.
Dizzy heights, nosebleed territory this is. It's bringing into
well short of Jamie Porter as he comes in to do the fielding. No run. Short mid wicket in now for Harmer. Lots of air to that one. Bell Drummond comes forward right over it and drives up to Aaron Beard long on and comes through for the single. 111 for one. Maybe Nelson will strike to sort this out. 111 for one, he says.
Well, Nelson struck to get rid of the video feed.
Well, yes, yes. I think that might be reconnecting for quite a while on our screen to our right-hand side here. Tee's almost upon us, so we'll get one of the technical staff to come round and hit it with something. Here's Harmer into Compton. Oh, now that does turn, and that's not where Compton was intending it. It squirts away behind square on the offside, but there's no run there.
As is always the way, I've been asked to do an update. Would you mind awfully? I can make way for Beth to return for a few minutes. Is that all right until tea?
Yeah, if Beth wants to slide. I think it's only a couple of overs to go, isn't there? So, yeah, if Beth just wants to come in. I was conscious I wanted to give Beth quite a long break because she did a long old stint after lunch. Something, trying to create something. As he comes around the wicket to the left-handed, Compton shout for LBW here. More in hope than expectation. And it's met with not a firm shake, just a shake of the head. And that's the over. Here's your cap. Let's all move around, shall we, and get towards tea. 111 for one. Welcome back to Beth. I think we've got a couple of overs to go until tea. And nothing's happening.
Glad to be back in the sunshine after cowering in the shadows at the back of the box after feeling a bit rouge after that loss.
But yeah, it's I think this is the topic we were having when we were last on together. This is tough going for the bowling side, tough going for the skipper to try to create something here, and difficult to see where a wicket's coming from.
Yeah, it's a sort of situation where you feel like you're not really getting any value out of the work you're putting in, which can be a little bit demoralising as a bowler. So hopefully this stint will go a bit better for them. So is that Critchley coming in? And that's cut away to the offside boundary, fielded down at deep backward point, and they'll get a couple there.
Yeah, and just a few more runs just beginning to come for Kent. Done a really good job, these two.
Yeah, and a really impressive 50 from Daniel Bell Drummond. That's Critchley's in, and he drives into the offside for no run. Feels like he's applied himself. Dug in, played a few, showed a bit of intent as well. Overall, pretty well-paced innings for the amount of time he needs to bat. As Critchley's in, and that's just blocked straight back down the pitch to the bowler.
Don't forget you can catch up with all the latest scores via the BBC's live text feed as well if you want to during the interval. Surrey 252 for 3.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Bell Drummond as Critchley turning the ball away from him.
That Surrey total in reply to Somerset's 285 all outs. They're only 33 runs behind now, Surrey.
Critchley in again, and that's... Oh, what's happened there?
Well, yes, I think everyone felt everyone felt the same as you there. Just for a moment, it looks as though Bell Drummond had chopped onto his stumps, but it bounces down into the ground behind him and up and over the stumps.
And then caught it by leaping, it slipped. In again, and a call for a stumping, although the umpire looks unmoved.
Yeah, good piece of work behind the stumps by Michael Pepper.
Yeah, very quick hands there.
Whipping the bails off, but yeah, Bell Drummond has the back foot firmly planted behind the line and no troubles whatsoever. But just a couple of things happening there just to wake everybody up. And the end of the over, and Kent are 113 for 1, so they trail by 417 runs on first innings as things stand. 33 overs remaining in the day, so they should take tea after this over.
Just looks like things are starting to happen. Maybe a little bit nervous before tea.
Just thinking about, if we can get through, batted a couple of hours, haven't lost a wicket, haven't given too many opportunities.
And Simon Harmer to bowl the crucial final over before tea as well.
See whether he can make this breakthrough Three fielders in and around the bat, and on the back foot, Compton cuts away in front of square, but Snater is there just to stop it. That extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, it's not really happened for Simon Harmer so far. Everyone just looks to him and goes, well, just give him the ball and he'll work his magic, but it's not as easy as that, especially on this surface. That's short and pulled away by Compton in the air over the head of the man at mid-wicket, who is Matt Critchley, and it goes away for 4 runs.
I thought he might have got a blinder there.
He went up, he really climbed, didn't he? Really went up, but yep, Compton had just enough on it to go up and over the fielder.
Is that Kushi at a short leg as well?
Yeah, Kushi at full short leg.
A little bit scared there
Yeah,
for a moment.
Evasive action. Get as low as you can, make yourself as small as possible. So 4 runs, nevertheless, 117 for 1. Here's Harmer into Compton once again, pushes forward defensively. He's gone to 43 as Ben Compton. No run off that delivery. 46th over of this Kent reply. Harmer comes in once again, and Compton very studiously plays backwards on the back foot and plays defensively for no run. Just seeing it out till the break now. A couple of deliveries to go, none for 37 in the 18th for Simon Harmer. So the economy rate's good, but he needs something in the wickets column as he's into Compton, who turns that one in front of square on the onside and is sent back. Is Compton by Bell Drummond. Sensible decision as Charlie Allison, the sub-fielder, came round to do the fielding. So just a few things just happening in the last couple of overs, but not a wicket as yet. As Harmer turns. In he comes to Compton. Compton plays forward defensively, and that is the end of the over, and that is tea. And Beth, Kent session.
Yes, they've stuck that out very impressively, not losing a wicket in the entire session, really taking the wind out of Essex's sails there.
Thanks to Beth for now, thanks to you for listening, and we'll return after the tea break with Kent at 117 for 1.